Meeting. We'll now re-begin at the top of the agenda. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Conduct Advisory Panel, to the hearing panel. The first item on the agenda is apologies for absence. I see that all members are present. Moving to item 2 on the agenda, declarations of interest. Please could I ask for any interests to be declared?
Thank you. All members of the panel have a personal interest in this issue, being members of Hampshire County Council.
Noted. Thank you very much. Moving to item 3, election of chairman. Please could I have a nomination for chairman for this meeting?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Vaughan.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
I second the nomination of Councillor Vaughan.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vaughan, you're hereby appointed chairman of the meeting.
Thank you. The next item is recommendation that this meeting be in private. We have decided that for the basis of openness and transparency, that this meeting will be in public, so we will not pass that recommendation. If that is agreed with the other members?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, thank you. So let me just introduce, first of all, people who are present. My name is Councillor Ridian Vaughan. To my right is Councillor Tom Thacker, to his right is Councillor Kevin James, and to his right is Mr. Peter Moore, who is the independent person. To my left is Barbara Beardwell, who is the Council Monitoring Officer, and to her left is Simon Goetcher, who is the Investigating Officer. Can I just confirm that everyone has the correct documentation before them? Okay, I'll just summarise the proceedings in a minute. But I just want to make it clear that there will be times, I suspect, during this hearing that we need, as a panel, to confer with legal representation, in which case I will ask for the room to be cleared. And when you come back, what we have decided will be made public to you. So, in terms of how we're going to do this, first of all, the monitoring officer will make a presentation on her issues, then the investigating officer. Then I will ask the member whether he has anything disagreements, in which case he can put those, and the member can, and then the investigating officer can reply. At any time, the panel or the independent person may ask questions. And the panel will consider representation in private if needs be. So I think we can move on. Is the member present? Yeah, please. Good morning, Councillor Woolward. Two things. First, just to remind you that this meeting is being held in public through a camera there. And also, would you like me to introduce the people in the room? As you know, I'm Councillor Ridley Vaughan. I'm chairman of this hearing. Councillor Tom Thacker, Councillor Gavin James, Mr. Peter Moore, who is the independent person, Barbara Beardwell, who's the monitoring officer, you know, Simon Gocher, who is the investigating officer, and Kevin Green. Okay, so let me ask the monitoring officer to present her report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Members, as indicated in the report for this meeting, contained item 5 on the agenda. The purpose of this meeting today is to determine whether or not complaints made against Councillor Woodward by a Mr. Collier and a Mr. Morris amount to a breach of the County Council's Code of Conduct for members, and should a breach of the Code of Conduct be found, to determine any appropriate sanctions available to the County Council. Members, as you're aware, following receipt of the complaints from Mr. Collier and Mr. Morris, an assessment panel of the Conduct Advisory Panel was convened, the outcome of which was that the complaints against Councillor Woodward were referred to me as the County Council's monitoring officer for investigation, following which an independent investigation was commissioned, undertaken by Mr. Simon Gocher, a solicitor and partner with Waitmans LLP, a legal firm. Subsequently, an investigation consideration panel of the County Council was convened to consider the outcome of the investigation and the finding by Mr. Gocher that there was a breach of the members' code of conduct by Councillor Woodward in respect of a grant of £15,000 under the Executive Member for Recreation and Heritage Grant Scheme on the 7th of May last year to the Rockets Children's Motorcycle Display Team. The decision of the Investigation Consideration Panel was that the matter should be referred to a hearing, hence why we are all here today. Members and Mr. Moore, you will shortly hear from Mr. Gocher on his investigation. The investigation report of Mr. Gocher is contained at Annex 1 to today's report, and the evidence referred to in the report is contained at Annex 2A. You will doubtless hear also from Councillor Woodward, who has provided a statement in addition to his comments on Mr. Gocher's draft report, contained within the investigator's documents. Councillor Woodward's additional statement is contained at Annex 3, and supporting evidence provided by Councillor Woodward is contained at Annex 4. Contained at Annex 5 is an additional email exchange with the Police Professional Standards Department provided by Mr. Gocher in rebuttal of Councillor Woodward's evidence. Members, a couple of points briefly. As you will note, some of the evidence for today's hearing contains redactions. The reason for this is so as not to contravene the GDPR in respect of personal information in the papers. Other redactions concern comments which it would be inappropriate for the County Council to publish, and also matters not before today's hearing. Councillor Woodward has indicated that he may take issue with a number of the redactions, but other than Exhibit SG3, and that's titled 12th of April 2019, Comments on Rocket's Grant Application, he has not stated so far what he finds issue with. An unredacted copy of Exhibit SG3 has been provided to the panel, together with, since Councillor Woodward has indicated that the unredacted SG3 provides critical evidence which undermines the investigator's report. In relation to this matter, a further statement and addendum to the statement from Felicity Rowe provided yesterday on the provenance of SG3. Members of Mr. Moore, today's hearing is concerned with the actions of Councillor Woodward in relation to the matters referred to in this report. The panel is not concerned with the actions or motives of the complainants. Mr. Gocher will address you on this point in presenting his report. In summary, the hearing is about whether or not, in his actions around the process relating to the £15,000 grant to the Rockets under the County Council's Recreation and Heritage Grant Scheme, put him in breach of the County Council's Code of Conduct for Members. In making this determination, the motives of the two complainants are not relevant. The panel needs to consider what he, Councillor Woodward, did. It is not necessary to get into the details of any relationship Councillor Woodward might have had with any third party. Councillor Woodward agrees that there was a relationship with Miss A in the papers, and declares that he asked that the formal decision to award the grant under the Executive Member Recreation and Heritage Grant Scheme to the Children's Motorcycle Display Team be made by another Executive Member. He also asked that the two £2,000 grants unto the Rockets under the General Members Grant Scheme be made by the adjacent division member. Finally, on the process today, first you are asked to make a finding on the facts, and secondly, a finding on the facts whether or not you find Councillor Woodward to be in breach of the members' code of conduct. And Chairman, unless you wish anything further from me, I will pause for now.
Chairman, can I just ask for clarification? Did the monitoring officers say we had an unredacted copy of SG3? Because I don't appear to have that.
I think you have it. Did you want a hard copy printing off?
Before we move on, are there any comments from the panel or from Councillor Woodward on the monitoring officer's pitch?
I may just a couple of questions. Two questions. It is on this. It is on. The monitoring officer mentioned an investigation consideration panel. Can you just point me to where that is in the sort of standing orders for how code of conduct investigations are dealt with?
Yes, Councillor Woodward. It's contained. The structure of it's contained in the arrangements for the investigation, assessment, investigation, and determination of complaints.
So specifically, Chairman, if you could point me to the words investigation consideration panel in that protocol or whatever we're calling it.
It's a paragraph 9 of the arrangements.
Sorry, Chairman, I know that says an investigation consideration panel met. My query is, where in the arrangements does it talk about the even existence of an investigation consideration panel? Yes, I said, Chairman, while I can read investigation consideration panel at paragraph 9, what I'm specifically asking for is where in the arrangements for dealing with members' code of conduct matters does it describe an investigation consideration panel?
It doesn't describe it in the code of conduct. It describes it in the constitution, and also that's something which it is delegated to the conduct advisory panel to form make the arrangements for the assessment, investigation, and determination of complaints.
So I'm clear, I'm not trying to be difficult here, Chairman, but I don't see any description of a body called an investigation consideration panel in the Constitution.
I think if you look in the Constitution, you'll see within the terms of reference to the Conduct Advisory Panel, the Conduct Advisory Panel, back in, I think it was 2012, approved the arrangements which we've got here under the Constitution and in accordance with the Localism Act, and the arrangements were approved then and they've been there ever since.
Well, maybe if I park that one, Chairman, and perhaps I can just have that in paper or in writing somewhere, would be really helpful. My other query relates to new evidence, which I'm told was produced last night. I find myself in some difficulty with new evidence being provided. I saw it at 7 a.m. this morning, and it's not the best, is it? It's evidence based upon something I submitted 14 months ago, and it seems that last night suddenly there was a big run round to produce it. I'm just concerned. I've just seen it on an email earlier this morning. I don't know how that should work, but it surprises me to turn up to a hearing to be presented with new evidence of something that dates back years, and I was interviewed about in March of this year, and the final report was written and sent out with committee papers.
Chairman, the evidence arises out of a email correspondence between Councillor Woodward and myself, calling into question the investigators' findings in relation to the £15,000 grant. A specific point, Councillor Woodward wanted an unredacted copy of an exhibit put into the hearing, and because of that, and because of the allegation that the unredacted copy would call into question the investigator's report, then the investigator was allowed the opportunity to consider that, and the investigator requested a statement from the County Council, from Felicity Rowe, in rebuttal of Councillor Woodward's claim. That was provided yesterday. Felicity Rowe needed to speak to somebody who wasn't available until after 5 last night, hence the later small addition to it.
Chairman, I didn't supply a redacted copy. The copy of the spreadsheet I supplied was not redacted. The investigator has had it for over a year. So to suddenly sort of rush at it late last night and say, oh dear, it just seems very late in the day. That's all I want to say.
Do you want time to consider this?
I may do later, Chairman. I haven't even got a paper copy of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, we note it. Can we move forward? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Right. Next item then is a report from the investigating officer, Simon Gocher.
Thank you, Chair. As you've been advised by your monitoring officer, as you've been advised by your monitoring officer, I was asked to investigate the complaints which had been made in respect of Councillor Woodward. As you've heard, I'm a partner in Waitmans, which is a national law firm. I'm its head of local government, and prior to joining Waitmans approximately 27 years ago. I myself worked in local government for nearly 25 years, including a number of years as a council monitoring officer, and a significant part of my practice is involved in advising local authorities on member conduct issues and on investigating conduct complaints. This is a fairly complex complaint in terms of its history and how it arises. You have in front of you 232 pages of papers, and you also have a significant amount of evidence and counter evidence. So what I wanted to do this morning was really to try and take you through the issues which I believe are relevant, looking at the first stage of the process in terms of the facts of the situation, to explain the evidence that I think there is from the people that I've interviewed, and also the counter evidence that Councillor Woodward has put forward on what I believe are the relevant issues to consider. I will endeavour to provide you with the relevant page and paragraph references as I go through. I appreciate sometimes it's quite difficult to follow these things when you've got a volume of papers, so if you need me to slow down or pause at any point, please do ask me to do so. This is a slightly unusual case as well in that it involves an allegation from the complainant of inappropriate action on the part of the council in relation to an interest that he had. But normally such complaints rest on whether or not a member took a single decision or attended a meeting or was involved in a vote which he or she participated in with that interest and therefore breached the code. That is not the situation here. It's been clear from the very outset that Councillor Woodward did not make the decision in relation to the grant application. Rather, the question arises about whether his behaviour around that decision being made through the process of the grant application being considered by the council and determined of itself gave rise to a breach of the code. So what I had to look at here, and of course I was instructed to carry out an investigation and reach a view, but ultimately it is your decision. I've set out mine in my report, but it is your decision whether you agree with my findings on the factual basis, and also then whether on the facts that you find there's been a breach of the code. But I would say what I would be looking at here, and I'm going to highlight to you the specific elements which I consider relevant, amounts to a pattern of behaviour around the application which gave rise to specific breaches of paragraphs of the Code of Conduct. So there's not a single piece of evidence which says on this particular day Councillor Woodward had this interest and he made this decision. Rather, there's a jigsaw of different elements, of different acts that he engaged in around this application, which I say put together amount to a failure to comply with the code. As you've heard, and as you've no doubt read in the papers before you, there are a number of arguments and counter-arguments put forward on both sides, which are heated and disputed, quite hotly disputed. And clearly there's been a significant breakdown in relationships between the complainants on the one part and Mrs A, as she's referred to in the papers, on the other part, who previously together worked together on the motorcycle display team, the Rockets motorcycle display team. Now, I would highlight two particular issues which have already been alluded to by the monitoring officer, which I would say, firstly, I don't think it would be possible to reach conclusions on the evidence of what the rights and wrongs and what's exactly happened are in relation to these issues. But also, I would say you don't need to for what you need to consider, which is whether or not in the way that Councillor Woodward behaved in respect of the grant application, he failed to comply with the code. So as you know, the Rockets motorcycle display team had 3 directors, including the 2 complainants and Mrs A, and they had a falling out. Accusations were made, and these have been referred to, and reports have been made to the police. It's been suggested in the latest documentation provided by Councillor Woodward, and indeed he's maintained throughout, but also in the most recent statement he submitted from Mrs A, that there are ongoing police investigations in respect of this. As you've heard, I did contact the police in respect of that, and you have emails in front of you in your papers at pages 227 to 231, which state that when I interviewed Councillor Woodward on the 6th of March this year, and he said there were ongoing investigations, that was not the case, according to the police in that email. They also state that it was correct when another officer sent an email on the 11th of September in relation to that there were no ongoing investigations against the complainant. Now, I did try and seek further clarification and evidence in relation to both of those issues, not particularly because I felt they were relevant to the Rockets grant application, but they were relevant to other issues I was looking at the time, but which are not before the panel. Unfortunately, my request to Councillor Woodward's solicitors for any documentation of correspondence he had with the police about the matter it received a response, but I did not receive any confirmation of correspondence or copies of correspondence. I also tried to obtain further information from the police about this, and unfortunately did not receive any further information other than beyond the emails which you have in front of you. I reached the conclusion, particularly relevant to the other matter which I was looking at the time, that I did not need to go any further to reach a conclusion in relation to that. I also reached the conclusion that for the purposes of the matters before you today, I was never going to get to the bottom of what the rights and wrongs were of that particular issue, and that actually I could perfectly easily form a conclusion on whether the specific actions which Councillor Woodward took in respect of the grant applications were in breach of the code or not, without getting to the bottom of that. Because it's plain to see that there is a certain degree of animosity between the parties in this case. There are allegations and counter-allegations, but the evidence before you today is sufficient in my submission to, and in my view, to determine whether or not what Councillor Woodward did breach the code. And actually, these are side issues which don't pertain directly to that decision that you have to make. As you know, Mrs A subsequently left the Rockets as a result of the falling out that occurred, and she set up a different display team, the Solent Stars, and I will mention those later on in my presentation. There's also some dispute in the evidence about the nature of the relationship between Mrs A and Councillor Woodward. As you've heard from your monitoring officer, and again I would reiterate that view, you do not need to make any findings of fact in relation to that beyond what is accepted by Councillor Woodward. He clearly accepted that he had a personal interest in the Rockets grant application because he decided that he should not determine it. So he accepts that he has an interest. He also accepts that his company employed Mrs A for a period of time, and that he had discussions with her and that she agreed to be a candidate for election for the district council, and that he also took her to a number of civic engagements. So that element of interaction between the two of them is accepted by all the parties. It's referred to in the interview that I had with Councillor Woodward at page 74 of your papers at paragraph 24, and by Mrs A in her statement, which is at page 219 of your papers, paragraph 6. So there is sufficient interaction there to give rise to an interest, which means he had an interest in the application. And you don't need to, and I certainly didn't feel that I was able to or needed to look beyond that in terms of the evidence and counter-evidence from the complainants about whether there was anything beyond that. So those are the two elements which I say you have a lot of evidence before you, but I don't think there's sufficient evidence for you to reach any particular conclusions beyond that which I've already said, and that you don't need to for for the purposes of the facts that you need to find to decide whether or not there's been a failure to comply with the code. What I did look at, and what I think, respectfully, although it's of course for you to decide what you do, what is relevant in terms of what I've described as the jigsaw of events, to look at the overall picture of Councillor Woodward's behaviour, is his involvement in the grant application, particularly his involvement in supporting the Rockets to complete the application. And it is accepted by Councillor Woodward that he did have some involvement, albeit there's a slight dispute about the extent of it, which I will talk about, but he certainly accepts that he had an involvement in that process to some degree or another. The amount of contact that there was between Councillor Woodward and the officers in the council about the grant application prior to its determination, and I will highlight what the officers said about that. And of course, Councillor Woodward to a certain degree accepts that that contact was made, but suggests that it did not give rise to a failure to comply with the code, and perhaps was not exactly of the character that the officers described, but that's an issue that you will need to determine. But he certainly accepts that there was contact about that specific application. I would then highlight the continued involvement that Councillor Woodward had when the Solent Stars made exactly the same application that the Rockets had previously made when Mrs. A left the Rockets and set up the Solent Stars. And I will highlight in a moment why that continues to be relevant, despite the fact it was about a separate application. There's another piece of evidence which I say is important, which Councillor Woodward says isn't, which again is not in dispute. So from a factual point of view, it is an accepted fact. But you will have to consider its relevance and whether or not you think it contributes to the overall evidence of a failure to comply with the code, as I do. And that his involvement with the Solent Stars in terms of driving the lorry, which was eventually purchased by it, albeit, as we know, it was purchased not using grant monies provided by the council, but from other means. But nevertheless, it was the lorry that was eventually purchased, which was the subject of a grant application previously by the Solent Stars, and prior to that by the Rockets, because effectively Mrs. A was making the same application, albeit she'd moved to a different organisation. And I think the element of the jigsaw, if you like, which is most in contention and most disputed by Councillor Woodward, is the moving of the decision day and why that was moved. And ultimately, it will be for you to determine that on the basis of the evidence that you have. And in all of these matters, the standard of evidence is the balance of probabilities. I reached a conclusion on the balance of probabilities on the evidence I had at the time, which I still believe to be the case, but there is quite an amount of dispute and evidence in relation to that, which you will need to consider and weigh up and make your own decision on. Having said that, I would say that's only one part of the jigsaw, not the complete picture, and you may still conclude, even if you find differently in relation to that there's been a failure to comply with the code, but that's something for a little bit later on. So if we look at each of those elements or pieces of the jigsaw, if you like, in turn, the first one is the involvement that Councillor Woodward had in the preparation of the grant application itself. The complainants, I think, alleged that Councillor Woodward wrote the application. He denies that, and I don't believe that he did write it in terms of actually sitting down and writing the whole thing. I don't think there's evidence to support that. But clearly he had some degree of involvement, and he accepts that himself, albeit he states that it was limited. So one of the complainants, Mr. Collier, provided some emails which he had retrieved from the Rockets email account, which showed that there had been some emails between the Rockets account and Councillor Woodward's personal email account about the application. And these are in your papers at pages 90 to 101. And one of those emails which the complainant provided, which is at page 100 of your papers, which is sent to Councillor Woodward, makes a reference, which I have to say doesn't mean a huge amount to me, but seems to be something about the detail of the application. And it says the most challenging part of the request is providing evidence of the longevity of the tractor unit. Now, I just mentioned that by way of illustration, because when we look at what Mrs. A and Councillor Woodward say, I think there's some difference between their view of what Councillor Woodward's actual involvement in the application preparation was. I should have said that because the form was completed online, the email traffic doesn't contain attachments with the various iterations of the form. That is lost. So we cannot determine definitively who contributed what and what different versions there were. Now, Mrs. A states at page 220 at paragraphs 10 to 11 that Councillor Woodward's involvement was related only to IT issues. There appeared to be some problem with the form being saved, and I'm sure if we've all had experience of completing online forms, that doesn't sound unusual. And she states that Councillor Woodward simply assisted in relation to that. Councillor Woodward goes slightly further than that when I interviewed him, and this is at page 74, paragraph 20, where he said that most of his input was technical, but that he did. He also said he often gave advice to grant applicants, and he also said that he provided a template business case. So slightly more than Mrs. A said, but not much. But clearly there was a degree of involvement, and in my view, when one looks at that particular email and getting into a level of detail around the longevity of the tractor unit, I would suggest that perhaps his involvement, whilst not going as far as the complainant suggesting that he wrote the application, went beyond simply supporting IT issues and also simply doing what he would do for any other organisation in a similar position. Also, there's no evidence from Councillor Woodward, and certainly no evidence from when I spoke to Councillor Heron, that Councillor Heron, who actually made the decision, was aware of any specific involvement of Councillor Woodward in supporting the preparation of the application, nor specifically on the nature of the interest he had, which meant that he decided that he should not determine the application. So, in factual terms, there's an acceptance that there was an involvement. In my submission, and in my view, it's slightly greater than has been suggested by Mrs. A and Councillor Woodward, but you will need to determine that. Once you have determined that, it's for the next stage for you to decide whether in doing that amounted to a failure to comply with the code or not. So that's the first piece of the jigsaw, if you like. The next piece is linked to that, and that's the level of involvement that there was, or interaction there was, between Councillor Woodward and the council officers involved in the grant application process. And Felicity Rowe, the relevant director, who has produced a note from my investigation and also who I interviewed, has spoken to the officers involved and obtained as much information as possible. And she states, she told me that in March 2019 there were numerous, she stated an initial email and a further 8 emails between the grants officer and Councillor Woodward, and reference to that is page 232 at paragraphs 11 to 12 of my the note of my interview with Felicity Rowe. She also stated when I interviewed her that the officers felt under pressure with the application, and that the number of emails that were received from Councillor Woodward in respect of this particular application was unusual. And that's at page 63 of your papers, paragraph 20 of the note of the interview with Felicity Rowe. Councillor Woodward states that he did not have extensive contact with the officers about the Rockets grant application. He says that he was simply doing what he would do for any community organisation, and that's at page 177 of your notes, paragraph 14. So again, you need to consider the nature and extent of the interaction between Councillor Woodward and the officers on this particular application, of which he acknowledged he has an interest, and whether it went above and beyond what you would normally expect. And you've got very clear evidence from the officers that this was unusual in their experience, and that they felt under pressure. In looking at this, and you no doubt will consider your own experience as councillors. Clearly, Councillor Woodward is a very busy man. He's the leader of Fareham Council. He's a cabinet member of this council. He's also got no doubt many other business and other interests. Is this a degree of involvement that would be usual in this type of application, or is it something out of the norm for this type of issue? And that needs to be considered in the context, I suggest, of his acknowledged interest in this particular application. Now, as you know from the papers in front of you, it's clearly established and not in any dispute that the purpose of the application for the grant which the Rockets made was to contribute towards the funding of a lorry for transportation. And indeed, Mrs. A, in the statement that she submitted, states that it was her dream to purchase such a vehicle, and that's at page 220 of your papers at paragraph 8. Now, in the course of my interview with Ms. Rowe, she told me that Councillor Woodward had told her that he was applying for an HGV licence, and these conversations were in March and April of 2019, and that's at page 63 of your papers, paragraph 14 of the note. She also told me that later in the year, Councillor Woodward had showed a member of staff a video of him driving the Solent Stars lorry, which was purchased eventually, obviously, by the Solent Stars. Initially, they had tried to themselves obtain a grant from the council, but the grant was not provided, so the money was obtained from elsewhere. And Ms. Rowe's comments about that to me are at page 65 of your papers at paragraph 34. Now, I asked Councillor Woodward about this. Initially, I asked him after the interview that I had with him, because the information came in the course of the other interviews that I had. I put it to him, and he didn't respond. He then instructed solicitors, and they raised the issue, which he continues to raise in his rebuttal before you, that he does not believe that that was relevant. Ultimately, after some exchange of emails, his solicitors did confirm that Councillor Woodward had an HGV licence and that he had driven the Solent Stars lorry, and that's on page 122 of your papers. Councillor Woodward, as I've said, states that the fact that he has a licence and the fact that he's driven the Solent Stars lorry are of no significance or even part of the complaint. That's in his rebuttal at page 186 of your papers. Now, of course, the complainant couldn't have raised that as an issue because it hadn't happened at the time. So the question is it evidentially significant when you look at Councillor Woodward's behaviour in respect of the Rockets application, which was essentially for the same purpose as the Solent Stars application, to fund the lorry, that this was a lorry that ultimately he stated that he would not determine the application in respect of the grant for, but he ultimately drove. Now, in my submission, in my view, it is very relevant, but you will form your own view on that. But I think most people would consider the fact that he drove the very lorry which was eventually bought, albeit not with grant funds, but which Mrs. A described as her dream and was why she made the grant application in the first place, is highly relevant to his overall behaviour and the jigsaw that I've described. So, talking more generally about the Solent Stars situation, as I've said, the complainants did not specifically refer to the Solent Stars grant application, but given the timing and their level of knowledge, that's not surprising. In my view, that doesn't mean it should be considered as part of the overall course of conduct that you are looking at. And as I've said, in effect, the Solent Stars application was simply a like-for-like substitution of the Rockets application. It was for the same purpose, for the same amount of money, for the same type of organisation. It had been set up by Mrs. A, who Councillor Woodward has acknowledged and had acknowledged he had an interest in respect of her involvement. And as I've said, this was a lorry which he was ultimately to drive. Now, Ms. Rowe stated that on the day that Mrs. A submitted the Solent Stars application, Councillor Woodward contacted the grant officers, saying he was keen for a decision to be made as soon as possible. And that's at page 64 of your papers at paragraph 28. And this was on the 2nd of October 2019. She also told me that when Councillor Woodward was advised that the grant should not be awarded, he telephoned the grant officer, and when he was advised of the reason, he then contacted the legal department, and that was on the 22nd of October 2019, and is at pages 127 and 128 of your papers. Councillor Woodward then telephoned the council's monitoring officer on the 23rd of October to specifically raise with her the Solent Stars application, and the note of that conversation is in your papers at page 112. Now, Councillor Woodward says this isn't relevant because we're looking at the Rockets application, but in my view, it is relevant because it's effectively the same application. It's the same purpose, it's the same person making it, it's the same vehicle. And he says that he's not treating it any differently to anything else, but in my experience, having been a monitoring officer, for a councillor to ring a monitoring officer to talk about a specific single grant application appears to me to be highly unusual, but you will form your own view on that from your experience as councillors. It doesn't seem to me the sort of thing that a councillor would do in the normal course of events in respect of any grant application. And the final piece of the jigsaw that I would point you to, which I think it's fair to say is the most contentious and where there's the most factual dispute, is the moving of the decision day. There are a number of things that we do know and that are accepted, and there are a number of things that are disputed about that. So the decision day was originally scheduled to be on the 23rd of May, I think 2019. And the complainant stated to me that they were told that that was brought forward. This, of course, I should have said was the decision day when the Rockets grant application was to be considered. And the complainant state that they were told that the decision day was moved forward because there was a concern on the part of Councillor Woodward that there could be a change of the leader of the council who might appoint a different cabinet member for responsibility, and therefore a different member who would have the authority under the council's constitution to approve such grant applications. And these are referred to in the notes of the interviews with the complainants at pages 54, paragraph 60, and 59, paragraph 11. Ms. Rowe told me that Councillor Woodward asked to bring the decision day forward, and that's at page 63, and she makes reference to that at paragraphs 15, 16, and 17 of the note of the interview, and also at page 126 on the note that she produced of the details of the application. She told me that she was in no doubt that the decision day was moved due to the rocket application. There is also an email from an officer dated the 20th of March 2019 to Councillor Woodward, which states, I hope to bring it, and that's the rockets application, to your May decision day, and that's at page 130. There's then an email exchange between officers and Ms. Rowe, and on the 17th of April, there's an email which stating that Councillor Woodward was keen to make some decisions before the next decision day, ideally before the end of April. Ms. Rowe then sent an email, sorry, I apologise, I'm slightly out of order. The email of the 17th of April was in response to an email that Ms. Rowe had sent of the same date, where she asked, where did the suggestion to make an April decision on the rockets come from? It seems strange as the lorry won't be ready for the summer season. So following those emails, and this is where the further evidence that you've had produced very recently relates to who actually was the impetus behind that decision and where it came from. And part of the reason why that wasn't produced sooner was because when I initially spoke to Councillor Woodward about this, which admittedly was back in March of this year, he told me that he couldn't recall why the decision day had been moved. And that's at page 74 of your papers, paragraph 18. He then, in his comments on the draft report, stated that he'd asked for the decision day to be moved because he was invited to the engagement, which he refers to, on the 23rd of May. Obviously, that came to me at the stage of the draft report, not earlier on in the process. But subsequent to that, when the final report was produced, Councillor Woodward then produced the email inviting him to that event, which came earlier in April and corresponds to the timing of when he did ask for the decision day to be moved. In relation to the spreadsheet that he referred to, that is used to track the applications, where he highlights that an officer had written about decisions being made in April but then taken to the May decision day. That's where there was a certain lack of clarity, and it was only when there was the exchange of emails which the monitoring officers referred to that it was felt that some clarification from the officers on that specific point might assist you today. Because there's a certain degree of ambiguity in the officer's statement, because it talks about a decision in April, but of course the decision is made at the decision day. So it then talks about referring it to the May decision day. And it's the decision day that makes the decision, which is why a statement was sought from Ms. Rowe to try and clarify what that meant. And she indicates that what it meant was maybe an in-principle decision indicated to the organisation, but that it would only actually be made on the decision day. And as you'll have seen from the most latest statement, the officer states that they put that into the spreadsheet after Councillor Woodward had already asked for it to be brought forward, preferably to April. And also Ms. Rowe states that the decision day wasn't being changed as a result of that. It's still referred to a May decision day in those officer comments. So you've also got the statement that from Mrs. A that she denies the statements of the complainants when they say that she told them that the reason for Councillor Woodward moving forward the decision day was because of his concern about the change of leader and the potential impact that might have. Councillor Woodward has then elaborated on that in his rebuttal at page 188, stating that the complainants aren't telling the truth and that he believes that this issue has arisen from a political opponent who has I assume he means suggested in some way that they should put this forward. Now, you will need to consider the evidence. The evidence has moved slightly since I produced my report. I've set out my rationale for why on balance, and it is on a balance of probabilities, you've got conflicting evidence. I think that the likelihood is that the decision day was brought forward for the reasons the complainants suggest. Now, Councillor Woodward has pointed out to the fact that the dates are a bit wrong, which they are in terms of the dates of the council selection meeting. But in my submission, that's not critical. In fact, the fact that perhaps they don't necessarily understand the distinction between the process whereby the ruling group selects a new leader and then the council appoints a leader are different, albeit, as you will well know, the latter will normally follow on from the former, unless something quite shocking and remarkable happens in between. So the key issue is it being asked to be moved forward. And the key rationale for why I felt, on the balance of probabilities, that I preferred the evidence of the complainants was it would to me have been incredible for them to have made that up and for it to have fitted what actually happened. These are people who haven't been councillors, who don't seem, from what I've seen, to necessarily understand the inside operation of councils and the way they work. To make that specific allegation and for the specific request to have been made to have been moved to April, and for the officers to say that they didn't see a particular reason why it needed to be. And even the spreadsheet, which Councillor Woodward now refers to, still talks about the decision day being in May. It doesn't say, we think you should move the decision day to April. And the officer said that the only reason they put that in, as far as they can recall, is because Councillor Woodward had already asked for it to be moved to April. So again, it's a balanced decision. You have to weigh up those competing factors. There are contradictions in the evidence, and clearly Councillor Woodward has put forward evidence to support his view. I've given you the explanation as to why I reached the view I did. You will have to form your own view based on that evidence in totality and weighing up the competing evidence that you have. So, in terms of the factual situation, those are, for me, the key facts which led me to conclude there'd been a failure to comply with the code on the part of Councillor Woodward in relation to his involvement at those various points with the grant application and the subsequent involvement with the Solent Stars application having relevant to the way that he particularly interacted with officers on the Rockets application. Obviously, once you've considered what you heard from Councillor Woodward and considered what you consider the factual position to be, then if appropriate, I will address you on my rationale as to why I feel that jigsaw effect then amounts to a failure to comply with the code. But obviously, I'm happy to answer any questions that the panel members or Councillor Woodward have on those issues.
Mr. Gocher, thank you very much. Councillor Woodward, you will in a moment have an opportunity to make your representation, but I need to ask you, do you have any significant disagreements with the facts from the investigator's report?
Yes, I do, Chairman, many.
Okay, but remember you will have an opportunity to put your case, but if you want to specifically take these disagreements, off you go.
Chairman, I'd be very grateful to have maybe a 5-minute break to compose myself and get my notes together at this stage, if that's all right.
All right, we'll have a 5-minute break for e-springs or whatever, while Councillor Woodward gets his act together. Okay, welcome back. Can I just reiterate to the panel and to the independent member that you may at any stage intervene and ask any questions that you want. So do just let me know, and you can at any time. Okay. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Chairman. I hope you'll excuse me if I've written a lot down. My writing isn't the best, and but what I intend to do is probably ask what I probably best describe as a series of closed questions to Mr. Gocher. So I'm only looking for yes or no answers. Not, I think he's elaborated on everything that he's said in his report. I guess one thing I should touch upon first, though, is, and I'll ask that as a closed question too, Mr. Gocher, through you, Chairman, are you aware that the police professional standards investigations are still continuing, and that I received an email from Professional Standards as recently as Thursday the 19th of November confirming that fact?
No, as I said,
thank you, Mr.
As I said, the
Gocher.
information that I had available to me is that which is contained within your papers. If there is additional information which I have not been provided with, then clearly I cannot know what that information is. I have asked Councillor Woodward and his solicitors on a number of occasions to provide me with correspondence with the police, and that they've had with the police, and they've declined to do so.
Chairman, my next question, would Mr. Gocher confirm that he was in fact sent a copy of my letter of complaint to Hampshire Constabulary?
I was sent a copy of the complaint.
Thank you, Mr.
I asked
Gocher.
for copies of all correspondence with the police, and that was all I was sent. I wasn't sent anything else. I certainly haven't been sent the email which Councillor Woodward has just referred you to.
And Chairman, I wonder, and I'm assuming the answer could just be a simple no to this one, whether he is aware that similar complaints that were made by Joanne Bull to Hampshire Constabulary are still under investigation, and that she had that confirmed to her on Tuesday, the 1st of December this year.
I can't be aware of things that I'm not told about.
A simple yes or no will suffice, Chairman. Chairman, can I ask ask Mr. Gocher whether he would confirm to me who he actually asked the Professional Standards Department about in his letter? Who did he say had made the allegation to the council?
The emails are in your pack of papers.
Perhaps I can help Mr. Gocher. Mr. Chairman, he says part of the complaint relates to an allegation that Councillor Morris made a malicious allegation to the council. Would he confirm that it was not Councillor Morris that made the allegation, it was Councillor Woodward?
The question was about the complainants and what action, if any, was being taken against them.
Would Mr. Gocher agree, Chairman, that it might have confused the Professional Standards Department that he was asking them about an allegation about a Councillor Morris?
The response was very clear in that there were no ongoing investigations in respect of the two complainants.
Thank you, Chairman. You asked about Councillor Morris. Chairman, Mr. Gocher, you mentioned an email exchange which the Rockets had with Fareham Borough Council. I wondered why you brought that into this inquiry. That was on page 100. You talked about longevity of a tractor unit. That email exchange was with Fareham Borough Council, not Hampshire County Council.
If you just bear with me a moment, I'll have a look at the email.
To help Mr. Gocher, Chairman, that's page 100 of his evidence, and there is an email on that page with an exchange between Councillor Miss Bell of Fareham Borough Council and a grants officer from Fareham Borough Council. In fact, on page 101 at the top it says Leisure and Community Officer, Fareham Borough Council. My question is it relevant to Hampshire County Council, Chairman?
Yes, the the email I'm referring to is not the email below. It's the email from the Rockets account to Councillor Woodward's personal account. There obviously, as has been pointed out to you, there's a train of emails below, which includes both Hampshire County Council and Fareham Borough Council. I don't know whether you replied to that email or not. That's certainly a perfectly plausible position, but obviously I can't know, and I also can't know whether any response was made to it, not via email, but through other means. I would think most people, if they're emailed a question, would respond to it in some way or another.
You're saying you didn't reply to it? Okay.
Were you aware that the genesis of the Recreation and Heritage Grant Scheme was on my appointment in 2018?
I believe there was some reference to it by Ms Rowe, and obviously you've made reference to it as well in what you submitted.
So would you agree that Ms Rowe was not the director at the time?
I didn't really explore that because I didn't think it was relevant to what I had to consider, which was your specific involvement in the Rockets grant application rather than the creation of the grant system in the first place. That may be an interpretation, but as I've outlined, the relevant facts which I took into account in considering whether or not there'd been a breach of the code, I did not consider that to be a relevant issue and didn't flag it up as an issue.
It is now. Respond. There is a red light, but it's very faded. Okay. Thank you. Did you get that question, Mr. Goetsch?
Could you speak a little closer to the mic, please?
Yes, of course, Chairman.
Thank you.
My question was, Mr. Goetsch, do you agree that the Members' Code of Conduct for personal interests does not require a member to state what the nature of their interest is, and furthermore, that it permits the member to be fully involved in discussing the matter, including voting upon it?
I'll just go to the specific provision of the code. Without wanting to go into too much complicated detail about code of conduct and the way that after the Localism Act, different councils' codes deal with interests in different ways. The provision in respect of interests in the County Council's code, personal interests, that is, talks about at meetings, members declaring their interest. Now, obviously, it's a subject of interpretation about what declaring their interest means. It's impossible to declare an interest without disclosing some amount of information about the nature of that interest. In my experience, in working in local government and both now advising local authorities, is that there is a fair lack of consistency about what actually is done in terms of declaring an interest. When there was a statutory code in place, then the requirement was to disclose the interest and the nature of it. It's debatable whether your code, whether you can disclose your interest without disclosing the nature of it. There certainly needs to be sufficient information to provide some transparency so that people can assess whether or not it is reasonable for that member to be involved in relation to that issue. And although your code does say that a member can continue and can take part and can vote, they've got a personal interest, it then caveats that by saying, if you consider having taken advice in appropriate circumstances, you should not participate in the business being considered. You should leave the chamber or room where the business is being considered after exercising any right to speak which a member of the public would have. So there's an onus on the members to make an assessment, seeking advice if appropriate, on whether the nature of their personal interest is such that they should not participate and not be involved. Of course, my findings relate to different paragraphs of the code in any event, because Councillor Woodward did not take part in the decision and did say that he had an interest, albeit he didn't really provide much information about what the nature of that interest was, which I think is an essential element in terms of people understanding what the interest is. It's about transparency. It's about members of the public being able to understand whether a member is involving themselves in a decision which it would be inappropriate for them to do so. So they need to provide a certain level of information for that assessment to be made.
Chairman, I did try and help and say I was going to be asking questions that could have a yes or no to them, and I'm really not sure where I'm at with this. I have read the code. I have consulted the monitoring officer previously, and personal interests in Hampshire County Council's code do not require a member to state what the nature of that interest is, and it permits the member to be fully involved in the matter, including voting upon it. So I would have thought the answer would be yes, but
Okay, noted.
I'll move on.
I would just say that isn't what the code says. I mean, I've just read out what the code says, and it does say that in appropriate circumstances you should not participate in the business being considered.
Which, of course, I did not. Do you agree?
We will have a legal interpretation.
Yeah, just on the members' code of conduct, members, it is correct that a member doesn't necessarily have to leave the room when their personal interest has been disclosed. Members of the panel, members quite often come to me for advice if they're concerned about making a decision, and certainly if the personal interest was quite great, as opposed to being, say, a member of a body that might conceivably be connected with the matter. My advice would be to disclose that. I wasn't opposed in this case.
Do you agree, Mr. Gocher, that in your report you acknowledge the spreadsheet on which I originally declared my interest, but stated that it was undated?
I do, and I have to say, and I should have said in my presentation, for which I apologise, I had not appreciated the significance of the date. And when I said that Councillor Woodward had mentioned the interest relatively late in April, I was taking that from a comment in the note of Felicity Rowe, which was when I understood she became aware. I do acknowledge that I missed that there was spreadsheets are iterative documents, and I had missed that there was a February date on there. So I do acknowledge that, and you'll, in presenting it, I have not, when I referred to the jigsaw of pieces that I say make up the facts that lead to failure to comply with the code, I haven't suggested that he was late in referring to that interest. So I do acknowledge that that was wrong in my report, and I apologise for that, but it doesn't affect the conclusions that I reached.
Mr. Gocher, would you agree that you did indeed state in your report that I had declared the interest very late?
I did, and then when I received your comments on the draft report, I acknowledged that, and I've acknowledged it today, and I haven't referenced that to you as one of the reasons why I think there's a failure to comply with the code.
Thank you, Chairman. That saves me asking the next question. Do you agree, Mr. Gocher, that There's a couple of questions I'd written there that I don't need to ask in light of your response. Do you state in your report, Mr. Gocher, that when I asked for a change to the date of the decision day that I did not give a reason?
I'm sure if that's what you say it says, yes. I've got that particular paragraph in front of me. But
Paragraph 148 on page 40.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Gocher. Is there any statutory or other requirement on a member asking for a meeting date change to give a reason?
Well, there wouldn't be, would there? No.
Thank you, Mr. Gocher. Do you agree it is a fact that there were a number of plausible reasons for the date of the decision day being changed, none of which relate to whether I might or might not remain as an executive member?
You have offered some reasons. Obviously, as I said in my presentation, the complainants have put forward their information. You have to decide on balance what the most likely reason was.
Is that a yes, Mr. Gocher?
Well, whether or not something is plausible depends on the perspective of the individual saying it. You've put forward reasons, other reasons have been given. On balance, I've reached a conclusion what I think the reasons were.
Mr. Gocher, are you aware it is a fact that the change of date was shown publicly on the council's website?
Well, I assume it would be, yes.
As a changed date, not just a date on the website, that it had been changed.
I don't know. I don't know how the council's system shows that. I suppose it depends on how far in advance you set your decision dates, and whether whether when you change them, that's logged and shows it or not. I don't know.
Okay. Well, we set them about a year ahead, which is why they can sometimes prove inconvenient. Are you aware?
A moment, please. Councillor James?
Yeah, it's just over these dates. I think you've just covered it, that they're set a year in advance, and I know I book all my days holiday off work to come to council meetings. So it's very annoying when they move. So you then got the offer to go to the gliding show award ceremony on the 23rd, so the date became inconvenient, or certainly the afternoon meeting became inconvenient. So you asked it to be changed to the 7th of May, at which point you also had commitments at Fareham Council where you had meetings all day, so it couldn't be in the afternoon, it got moved to the morning. I was struggling to understand why we'd moved it from one day when you were very busy to another day you were already very busy. It confused me because it seemed like we'll go back to the 23rd, we'll do it early in the morning before the award ceremony and the gliding event that you were attending. It just seemed a bit odd. I just really had an expansion on that.
Well, thank you for that. If you can refer to the email from the Senior Democratic Services Officer, I didn't ask for the 7th of May. She offered the 7th of May, and not wishing to be awkward, I said, well, I can't do the afternoon, can I do the morning?
Yeah, and that's right, I did read that, but then it made me curious as to why you didn't go back to say, well, let's do the 23rd on the morning.
Because I was all day committed in Fareham on the 23rd. In fact, I would have been here in the morning. In fact, my next question to Mr. Gocher is, are you aware of the fact that my decision days are generally preceded by a meeting of the Culture and Communities Select Committee in the morning? Probably not, but...
No.
Okay. And I would also then say, are you aware it is a fact that a meeting of the Culture and Communities Select Committee in the morning of the 23rd of May was cancelled? No. That is also on the council's notice of meetings as well. I hope that helps the point. Did the complainants make you aware that they were working together with someone who was expelled as a Conservative Party member and furthermore was deputy chairman of the local Conservative Party?
From memory, one of the complainants did mention issues around the Conservative Party, but I wasn't there to consider internal issues in the Conservative Party. He mentioned it more as a sort of declaration of interest, but I didn't see the relevance of it to the investigation of the complaint.
Sorry, Chairman, Mr. Goethe, the complainants made a declaration of interest, you're saying?
I think he may have described it in terms like that. Clearly it wasn't, because that's not, they didn't need to. He just said in something along the lines of, in the interest of full disclosure, I applied to be in the Conservative Party. But I try and generally succeed not to get involved in party political issues because they're not relevant or appropriate for the investigation of these types of complaints.
Yeah, very wise, Chairman. Mr. Goethe, were you aware that the leadership candidates, this is for the Conservative group, probably not, but including Councillor Keith Manns for the Conservative group leadership election in May 2019, had made it clear they would be retaining the existing cabinet members?
No, I did look at some of the press coverage around the time, and I didn't see that referred to in any of it.
I think it's probably more things people that candidates for positions tend to make clear in their hustings and getting towards becoming leader. Do you agree with me it is a fact, Mr. Goethe, that there were 17 grant applications falling to be determined at my May 2019 decision day?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Can you understand why, Mr. Goethe, with 17 charitable and hard-working community organisations eagerly awaiting decisions on their grant applications, I would have seen it as unfair to have delayed a decision still further?
I can see why you wouldn't have want to have gone after the 23rd of May if that was the anticipated date. I don't see that it necessarily needed to come forward that far, given what the officers said.
Would you agree it came forward 2 weeks?
Well, in the end, but you asked for it to be earlier than that, didn't you? That was because the officers couldn't do it to the timescale that you requested.
Thank you, Mr. Goethe. Do you have any evidence that I did a lot more than assisted with the inability of the group to upload their grant application due to the council's IT failings?
As I've said, because of the nature of the application, it's impossible to say who did what. You've got the evidence of the complainants who believe there was more. You've got the emails. You've got what Councillor Woodward himself said he did, which was slightly more than the IT issues. The truth, I think, is somewhere in between. But certainly there was an involvement in assistance with the grant application.
Mr. Goethe, do you agree that Felicity Rowe says in her statement that after I emailed the grants officer regarding the website problems with uploading the application, there were then a further 8 emails between the grants officer and me?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you agree that Felicity Rowe, this is, if I can help you, page 63, paragraph 12. Do you agree that Felicity Rowe says in her statement that after I emailed the grants officer regarding the website problems with uploading the application, there were then a further 8 emails between her and me?
They weren't, that reference is not between emails between you and her, but you and another officer.
Which officer?
Well,
I suggested the grants officer.
I think it was the grants officer, yeah.
Thank you. My question, Chairman, was, do you agree that Felicity Rowe says in her statement that after I emailed the grants officer regarding the website problems with uploading the application, there were then a further 8 emails between her and me?
Sorry, maybe just my misunderstanding of grammar. By her and me, I thought you meant Felicity and you. You meant the grant officers, didn't you? That's what Felicity said, yes.
Mr. Goethe, would you please confirm exactly how many emails I wrote to the grants officer after the initial email where I raised the issue of the upload problem and its solving?
Well, the evidence from
It
Ms. Rowe
helps
is that
page 130 to 132. My question was, how many emails did I write to the grants officer after the initial email where I raised the issue of the upload problem and its solving?
I think in that chain, I did write it down because I anticipated you'd ask me this question. In that chain, I think there are 4 emails from you, but...
Sorry, Mr. Gocher, that wasn't my question. My question was, would you confirm exactly how Felicity Rowe's statement was talking about how many emails after I'd raised that issue? I said, how many emails did I write to the grants officer after the initial email where I raised the issue of the upload problem and its solving? If I can assist, Mr. Gocher, my first email was on the 9th of March on page 132, where I said I had a concern raised to me by the Rockets that they completed a grant application, saved it on the 3rd of March, then again on the 9th of March. They went back in using the generated link to submit it and it was gone. Can you trace it for them, please? The 2 emails containing the links are here. So that was the email that I wrote. So how many after that did I write to the grants officer?
Felicity Rowe's evidence to me was that there were 8.
Well, Mr. Gocher, if you look at the evidence that you have been provided by Felicity Rowe, there were 2. Just 2. The second one said, the first of those 2 said, do you mean the links below? If so, they are the ones that have failed. Is this encouraging someone to permit a grant? And then the last one was on the 20th of March. Thank you. The second one, to me, is obviously in error because the council's website had actually sent them off to an individual member grant form. And then I said, when would you be bringing it for decision? So there were 2 emails, Mr. Gocher, not 8. And you mentioned in this email chain, do you have any other email chains in which I was involved with the grants officer?
I've included the emails that Felicity Rowe sent to me.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gocher, do you accept that there were 2 emails that I wrote to the grants officer after I raised the issue of the upload problem? Not 8.
I accept that those are the emails I've been provided with. I understand that Ms. Rowe is available. We could clarify with her the 8 emails she was referring to and whether those are emails that she hasn't sent to me.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, my witnesses are not available, and I know that it had been made clear to me that there would not be any witnesses called on the basis that I wasn't calling any. Perhaps someone could comment on that.
Sorry, if I can be of assistance, I wasn't saying necessarily I'd call her, that we could ask her that question.
Chairman, I think the evidence is actually there and it has been supplied.
If there is a pointed issue and there is a witness available, we think we should call her.
Chairman, there is no pointed issue because pages 130, 131 and 132 include exactly what I'm referring to. My point, Chairman, is that it has been said, trying to suggest that there was a huge pile of emails between me and the grants officer. So I asked how many I wrote after I raised the problem, and there are 2, and the 2 are there. So I'm not seeking to challenge the evidence at all. I was just hoping to have it confirmed.
Yes, members, I've just received an email from Felicity Rowe, and her email reads, between, that is for each way, not from.
Chairman, I think Felicity perhaps needs to count again, because there are not 4 each way, because the grants officer actually replied twice to one of my emails, and the statement was made that after I'd raised it, there were 8 further emails. That would make a total of 9.
This clearly is a point of issue, so I think we should call Felicity Rowe.
Chairman, I'm quite happy with the evidence that is actually in front of us. I've counted them. Mr. Gocher has counted them as well, so I'm happy to move on.
Not a point of issue, so we'll move on.
There isn't any more, no, because I was just trying to highlight the fact that as opposed to 8 further emails between her and me, paragraph 63, page 63, paragraph 12, there were only actually 2 emails further that I sent, and that's over.
Chairman, I do think that makes a significant difference in terms of whether a member was over-involved in an application for a grant, that he wasn't making that decision. We've established that. So part of the issue really is, was he over-involved in a decision with that personal interest that he'd already declared? Now, if someone had said, look, these friends of mine are struggling to upload it, that's one thing. If there are 8 emails from Councillor Woodward to these clearly chasing the grant, that's another thing. So I think it does make a big difference in my mind as to whether or not any breach of the code of conduct is found, on the basis that it would be quite reasonable for an organisation to go to their first point of contact, which in this case was Councillor Woodward, to say, I'm struggling to upload this grant you suggested I go for. That would be quite reasonable, and quite reasonable for Councillor Woodward then to say to the grants team, these people are struggling, can it be up, can you help them? If there's 2 emails like that, that seems perfectly reasonable. If there are 8 emails from Councillor Woodward saying, when's this grant going to be sorted, then that's a different matter. So I think it is quite critical in the difference it makes. So if we are saying that Councillor Woodward sent 2 emails about this specific grant application only, and they related to the technical issues, then obviously that's part of, that isn't an issue anymore. So I think it is a critical issue to understand. Is it 2 or is it 8?
So on that,
Chairman, is referred to
hang on. On that, Councillor James, would you think it appropriate to call Felicity Rowe?
Well, I think Councillor Woodward raises a good point. There is evidence of 2 emails from him to her about the grants. I think that's quite right. He's raised that. Well, the other 6 aren't in there, or the other 6 aren't in there. So if there's the original grant and then there's 8 further. So we're saying 9 emails in the evidence we've been provided. We've only actually got 2 of those emails. It's really some evidence that there were further emails from Councillor Woodward to her relating to the grant. If they weren't from him, they were from her replying to him. That's very different, because we're looking at Councillor Woodward's conduct. So it may be she can confirm to say, actually, we had an email exchange of 8 or 9 emails, but he only actually sent me 2. If she can confirm that, then clearly what we've got in the pack is correct. And it's perhaps worded, unfortunately, in the investigator's sort of statement. But if she can say, no, there is 8 that have been sent to me, and is able to provide those 8 or evidence of those 8, then I think we're in a good place.
Chairman, can I just add that I think I heard the monitoring officer say that Felicity Rowe has actually confirmed that already, that there was a chain of which there were 8 emails following the original one, and that we don't need to debate this or contact her further.
If I can just confirm what I've heard from Felicity Rowe. Felicity Rowe wrote to me a couple of minutes ago saying between, that's for each way, not from. And I've received a subsequent email from Felicity Rowe saying that email chain is correct. It was 8 in total, but fewer after the grant stuff.
Sorry, can you just repeat that, please? Through you, Chairman. Fewer after the grant stuff. What exactly does that mean?
Well, that's what Felicity says in her email.
Chairman, the only point I was trying to make, I'm not going to labour it further. I've got a lot more to say and a lot more to ask, as you would probably expect. I'm quite happy for it to lie there, that there is the evidence provided. I'm not saying there are any more emails. Mr. Gocher isn't saying there are any more emails. Mrs. Rowe isn't saying there are any more emails. I'm merely making the point there is an exchange of 8 emails, and after I'd raised the point, I wrote 2. And that's the point I'm trying to make. There wasn't this huge splurge of emails at the grants officer saying, get that grant determined. It was about failure to upload and the council's IT systems that failed us. So if you'd like, Chairman, I'll move on.
Okay, thank you. I mean, if you're happy, we'll leave it with now. I mean, we have that information.
Thank you.
But I think I'd like to move on if that's all right with you.
Excuse me, I'm just trying to find out where I am now. Thank you. Do you agree, Mr. Gocher, that the director, Felicity Rowe, says she was not really involved in the grants processes?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you agree that she said that an officer said I had put them under pressure?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, Mr. Gocher. Do you agree that Mrs. Rowe said that an officer said that I had put them under pressure? It's the general thrust of your whole report.
Do I agree that she said that an officer said they put her under pressure?
Yes, something like never known such pressure or some such statement.
What she said is in the note of her statement, which she made reference to the officers feeling under pressure.
Thank you, Mr. Gocher. Do you have any direct evidence from the officers to show the type of pressure, the frequency and the timing of the pressure allegedly exerted by me upon them?
She said they felt under pressure.
Do you have any evidence from those officers to show the type of pressure, the frequency and the timing of the pressure?
I don't have any evidence from those officers.
Thank you, Mr. Gocher. Do you agree it is a fact that the grant application was submitted in the name of PC Collier?
I understand it was, yes.
Do you agree it is a fact that the offer letter was signed by PC Collier to release the £15,000 grant?
I understand it was, yes.
Do you agree it is a fact that the BACS form for the funds release was returned by PC Collier?
I believe so.
Page 126. Is it reasonable, Mr. Gocher, to assume that up until the date when he requested the funds, that PC Collier, as an apparently upstanding officer of the law, was happy with the process up to that point?
Yes.
Thank you. How many emails did I write to officers pressuring for a decision on the Rockets grant application?
If I've seen any.
Thank you, Mr. Gocher. Although the decision of the previous panel was that this hearing be convened to look at my actions regarding the £15,000 grant application by the Rockets, you've brought matters into this regarding my driving licence. Yes?
No. Mr. Collier did. I haven't referred to those as being relevant because I don't think they are. Oh, sorry, you mean your HGV licence? I thought you were talking about the insurance issue. Yes.
I didn't know there was an insurance issue. You're saying I've got an insurance issue?
It was referred to, and you did make reference in your rebuttal to do with insurance about the Mazda or whatever. But yeah, sorry, I thought you were talking about something different. Yeah, the HGV licence, yes.
Do you have any proof of when I learned to drive any class of HGV?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of whether I own or have ever owned any HGVs?
No.
Do you agree that considering someone who owned and had access to HGVs that they could drive whenever they chose, it is unlikely they would want to make the council part fund another one for them to drive?
That would require me to understand intentions of someone that I couldn't say. I'm not a mind reader.
But Mr. Gocher, you've given me motive. You've stated the motive was my desire to drive this vehicle.
I don't think I've said that. What I've said is that is relevant to the degree of interest you had in the application, the fact that you've ultimately driven the vehicle.
Mr. Gocher, do you agree you used the word that was my motive?
Well, in part, I think I said.
Thank you. Does your report state that the applications of both Rockets and Solent Stars related to the provision of a lorry for the team?
That was my understanding.
Provision, giving or making available? In this case, a lorry?
Yes.
Are you aware that Solent Stars already owned the lorry that you make great play of me driving, so no amount of grant funding would have made it any more drivable for me than it was without a grant?
I don't think that's relevant to the reasons I've put forward.
Mr. Gocher, would you agree it is relevant because you stated that the grant applications were identical, yet the Solent Stars grant application was not to purchase a lorry?
Well, it was in relation to a lorry.
Indeed, it was in relation to a lorry, but the lorry already existed. You said it is in relation to the purchase of a lorry, both applications.
I don't think that distinction makes any difference to the conclusions that I've reached.
Thank you, Mr. Gocher. Do you agree it is a fact that the grants officer suggested in April 2019 that a decision on 3 of the grants should be made in April 2019, including the Rockets?
My understanding is you have a statement that explains why the grant officer wrote what she did in the spreadsheet.
With respect, Mr. Gocher, the grants officer statement that appeared for me at 7 a.m. this morning only relates to the Rockets grant. It doesn't relate to the others. She made exactly the same statement on 3 other grant applications. So my question is, do you agree it is a fact that the grants officer suggested in April 2019 that a decision on 3 of the grants should be made in April, including the Rockets grant?
Made a reference to a decision, but also referred to being confirmed at the May decision day. But yes, there were other applications that comment was made in respect of, in addition to the Rockets one.
Thank you, Mr. Gocher. Do you think it is at all possible that, given the grant officer recommendation that decisions on 3 of the grants should be made in April, that I would request an April decision day?
My understanding is that those comments were put into the spreadsheet after you had already requested an April decision day.
I think I'll come to that a little later, Mr. Gocher. Would you agree that through my solicitor, Joanne Bull offered to be interviewed by you?
Yes.
Do you agree that the entire version of events around the change date of the meeting stated by the complainants was allegedly relayed to them by Joanne Bull, along with almost every other element of their complaint?
I would say yes to the first part. I'm not so sure that they would say every element of the complaint, but yes to the first part.
Thank you. Do you agree it might have helped your investigation and the credibility of your conclusions if you had interviewed Joanne Bull?
No.
Do you agree it might have been helpful to your investigation if you had interviewed the grants officer?
I certainly considered that. It's not unusual in local authorities, particularly in these processes, which can be very difficult, particularly for more junior officers, for a senior officer to put forward the evidence on behalf of their department. So I didn't think that was particularly unusual and didn't feel that I needed to speak directly to the grants officer.
Do you agree that it might have been helpful for your investigation if you had interviewed the assistant director, the one who wrote all the information that Felicity Rowe gave to you?
I did consider that, and I had a discussion with both Ms Rowe and the monitoring officer about whether that would assist, and in the end decided that I didn't think it would add anything to the note that she had already prepared.
Do you think it might have been helpful to your investigation if you'd interviewed the committee clerk, the person who would normally note who was or wasn't present at meetings?
I did consider that, but given that I had the note of the decision, which is the decision, I'd spoken to other people at the meeting. I didn't, in any investigation, you have to consider the evidential additional value you're going to get from interviewing witnesses as against the time and cost. Also, in context, the initial interviews that I carried out, and this were in February, and then obviously relatively shortly afterwards, within a few weeks, COVID became an issue in terms of interviews and taking things forward. So I did not think, in relation to the committee clerk, that it would add much, if anything, in terms of evidential value to the investigation that I was conducting.
Did you not think, Mr. Gocher, that even given my vehement denial that I was present at that meeting when that decision on the rocket grant was made, that it might have been helpful to speak to the very person who would, if you like, take the register?
Well, it wasn't in the minutes, and it isn't, as you'll have noted from the jigsaw of elements that I described at the start. It wasn't a particularly significant, I did refer to it, but it wasn't in my report, but it wasn't a particularly significant feature in terms of my findings.
Do you agree, Mr. Gocher, that if there is such a gap between you saying I was in a meeting and me saying I wasn't, that perhaps goes to the heart of how credible my evidence is likely to be before the panel, if I can't even remember whether I was in the same room?
Well, not particularly, because I didn't think Councillor Heron's evidence was less credible because he thought you did. It was a meeting that happened some time ago. I quite often investigate complaints which arise from alleged conduct in meetings. The webcasting of meetings has certainly made that a lot easier nowadays than it used to be. I don't always interview everybody who's in a room, particularly when the incident happened some time ago, and memories often differ. Ultimately, it wasn't a major factor in the conclusions that I reached in terms of failure to comply with the code, and it isn't something I've presented to you today as part of the jigsaw of why I think there's a breach of the code.
Mr. Gocher, would you agree that it features in your report, and it features quite prominently in your report, that I was in a room for a decision in which I declared an interest? Okay, I could have been there, but I wasn't. Do you not agree that that is relevant?
It's mentioned in the report.
It's mentioned considerably in the report.
But I've explained today my position in relation to that.
Do you think it is at all possible that the grants officer, the assistant director, or indeed the committee clerk, although it was an event lasting 5 minutes 19 months ago, might have recalled me leaving the room after I'd completed my decisions?
They might or might not have done. It was, it was a meeting a long time ago.
Do you agree, Mr. Gocher, that the key elements of your case against me are that I changed a decision date for fear I might lose my cabinet position, and that I wrote the Rockets grant application?
I don't think I've said that. In fact, I've referred to the decision day as one. I've referred you to all of the elements that I've highlighted. The decision day is one element. I didn't say that you wrote the grant application. I said you were involved in the writing of it.
Can I just ask you one other point then? When you mentioned in the statement, I think it was Felicity Rose, it also involved the monitoring officer, and it was talking about when I was advised that the Solent Stars grant application was not eligible for award. I was sent an email by Nicola Horsey, the assistant director, so I called Nicola Horsey, as you have shown in there, and then you say I rang the legal department and then I rang the monitoring officer. Is that correct, Mr. Gocher?
Well, I understand you rang the monitoring officer, and there is reference to you having rung someone else in the legal department.
Actually, Mr. Gocher, there isn't. It says that Nicola Horsey rang David Kelly in the legal department. Would you agree I did not ring the legal department?
It depends on whether you count the monitoring officer as the legal department. I would normally, but...
So, Mr. Gocher, would you agree that what actually happened is I contacted Nicola Horsey. Nicola Horsey asked me to ring Barbara Beardwell, so I rang Barbara Beardwell and then went back to Nicola Horsey. It wasn't this huge telephone interrogation of officers. I received an email. I spoke to the source of the email, and she advised me to speak to the monitoring officer, and then went back to Nicola Horsey. It wasn't a huge ring-round campaign.
I don't think Nicola Horsey indicated that she suggested you ring the monitoring officer, but I don't think that's a crucial difference to the need.
The fact is she did, but unfortunately Nicola Horsey was retired very, very quickly recently, so of course she's not here to ask. Those are my questions to Mr. Gocher, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Warford. Are you okay for the moment? Panel, any questions you want to put in, or the private?
I've got a few questions.
Yeah, okay.
Just as a sort of preamble question.
I haven't kept a tally. It'd be hundreds.
This is a long way from being confirmed.
Yes.
Sorry, Code of Conduct. The Hampshire Code of Conduct, the items that you've made findings about, which are 3.2, 3.3, 3.4 and 3.7, do you think they're, in your experience, worded well or easily ambiguous?
For my sins, I've been involved in interpreting, investigating and writing and advising on numerous different codes. And one of the challenges I have now investigating complaints is, since the Localism Act, as the name suggests, each local authority is able to approve and adopt their own code. Prior to that, the Localism Act, that is, there was a national mandatory code which was set out in statutory regulations, and every local authority had to adopt its provisions. You'll probably be aware that the LGA, partly because of concerns about inconsistencies and differences in codes, following a review by the Committee of Standards in Public Life, has recently produced a draft model code which it's recommending its members adopt. I'm not really sure it's for me to say whether those provisions are well drafted or not. They are your code. I think after the Localism Act, there was a move to more sort of general terms, more of a reliance on the Nolan principles rather than a specific rules-based code. It was more a move to a principle-based code, which some people think is very good because it enables, it's not as prescriptive, and it's what people really care about. People care about principles. They care about things like transparency and leadership and accountability and all those things in the Nolan principles. Unfortunately, sometimes that can lead to differences in interpretations of what that actually means in practice and when someone's in breach of it. So I think and some of that can be seen. I mean, this is not really for this part because this is the fact, but when you look at whether applying the facts there's been a breach of the code, there are differences of interpretation between myself and Councillor Woodward about what some of the terms mean. But that happens quite a lot with a lot of different codes, so I'm not sure it's a problem or an issue necessarily that's unique to Hampshire, and I'm not sure your code is any better or worse than any others. I think, you know, inevitably with any code, there will be some degree of interpretation of what it means, what conduct it prohibits and what it doesn't. Part of that, when I do training for members on codes, which I've done for many years, is I always try and encourage them to seek advice if they've got any doubts for that very reason, to try and understand what their obligations are. And particularly where, obviously in this case, Councillor Woodward has considered that he does have an interest and there is an issue, and to consider what the view of the ordinary member of the public would be if they were to be aware of the facts and apply them to the principles in the code. So I'm sorry, that's a very long answer to a short question, but I think it's not a clear-cut or easy one.
But thank you for that answer. Our Code of Conduct makes a very clear distinction between pecuniary interest and personal interest. And our Code of Conduct says that disclosure of a personal interest does not affect your ability to participate in discussion or vote on a relevant item, provided it is not also a disclosable pecuniary interest. Your evidence, your investigations indicate that this was a personal interest, not a pecuniary interest. Can you confirm that, please?
Yes, it was not a disclosable pecuniary interest, but then it isn't that part of the code that I found there to have been a failure to comply with.
Thank you. Chairman, do you want me to stop there, or am I okay to carry on with my questions?
If you continue interesting us, you keep going.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you. I'll skip that one. We've covered it quite a lot. Would your evidence shows that Councillor Woodward took a lot of personal interest in this. That's what your evidence says. And you stated in your preamble that this is unusual. Would you say that if a cabinet member was also the divisional member for a group or a resident, that they would be taking more of an interest in it than they might be in their pure capacity as a cabinet member for a decision for somewhere else? Was that question clear?
It was. I think it's to a certain degree it's hypothetical, and also, I'm conscious of the distinction between the fact-finding stage and the whether it was a breach of the code stage, but I think that probably is a fact-finding issue. Authorities vary in terms of how ward councillors exercise their duty, and particularly if there can be a sort of a potential conflict, and it happens probably more in planning than it does in executive position, but it can in both, where you've got local residents with particular interests, but you've got other roles, then that's something that members need to consider in terms of what is appropriate for them to get involved and what isn't. Clearly, if they are the local ward member, that adds another element to it. I think that's as far as I could say. In terms of what that means they should or shouldn't do, that will be very fact specific depending on the circumstances.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I'll draw a line under it for now.
Okay.
With your permission.
That's fine. Councillor James, then followed by Mr. Moore. Please.
I think it's a question probably more for Councillor Woodward. On page 24, 65, Miss Rowe's evidence suggests that on the 14th of May 2019, that's when it became apparent that there'd been a breakdown in relationships within the Rockets. And you made it very clear that it was Mr. Collier who made the application. His name was on the form. It was Mr. Collier that effectively received the grant, and Mr. Collier who returned the notification accepting the offer of the grant. And it was all really Mr. Collier with the council. And then it says in that evidence that you were in contact with saying, hang on, the Rockets have split. Actually, we should be moving the grant. Is that something you disputed or you accepted? That?
No, I dispute that, and I will be later. Not that I made contact, but that I asked for the grant to be moved.
What you dispute? You're asking for the grant to be removed. Okay.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, can I put on record my disappointment that the two complainants are not here today? I think it might have been helpful to us all in our deliberations if they'd been here to answer questions from us, because I think they are the genesis of this complaint or complaints, and to not be here, I think reflects poorly on them. I've got a question for Mr. Gocher and then a question for Councillor Woodward. Mr. Gocher, on the 28th of September, together with Barbara Beardwell and myself, I think we're the only two people here in the room who were present at the investigation consideration panel. And I've just turned up my notes at the time for the reason why we decided to have this hearing and to refer the grant of £15,000 to this hearing. And I just read out what I wrote at the time. Uncertainty remains over the £15,000 grant application with conflicting evidence and opinions. Councillor Woodward's comments on the draft report are robust and plausible. The investigator makes assumptions which should be tested at a hearing. And I think what we've heard in the last few minutes, Mr. Gocher, you'll agree you have been tested on some of the assumptions you've made and some of the factual evidence that you've put forward. You talk about there's not a single piece of evidence. It's a jigsaw. Can I submit to you that I don't like jigsaws? I've always found them difficult. I've always found it hard to get the right piece to fit. It's an unfortunate description, I think, in my case, but if you can get the right piece to fit, then you get the complete picture. And I'm not at the moment persuaded that I've got the complete picture. There seems to be this conflict again between Councillor Woodward and yourself in the report, which I need to think about. Would you agree with me that what we have been presented with today is rather a difficult situation, in as much as there are a number of assumptions being made upon which we are being asked to come to a concrete conclusion. These are not, I don't think, facts which are necessarily determined. Is there anything more, Mr. Gosher, that you can help us on? Because I think we have a real problem. Well, I have a real problem here in trying to resolve the two sides of this story. Is there anything else that you can add that would help me go one way or the other? Thank you.
Well, I don't like jigsaws either, to be honest. I haven't done one for a very long time, even in lockdown. Unfortunately, these things can quite frequently be messy, evidentially, and almost invariably, there are elements which are one person's word against another. And you can often go on, virtually every investigation I've done, and I've done very many, you could go on and on and on, trying to get to the bottom of things that you might never get to the bottom of. So at some point you have to say, okay, here's the evidence on one side, here's the evidence on the other side, and I've tried to do it fairly, although I appreciate Councillor Woodward may feel I didn't do it as fairly as he thinks I should have done, to highlight where there's agreement, where there's dispute, and why I've reached the conclusions I have. I think you have what you've got. If you feel that bits of your jigsaw are missing and you can't put it together, then you must make those findings. That's not you personally, because you're not part, in terms of your views expressed to the panel that have to make that decision. But the evidence before you is as it is. The evidence before me was as it was. I appreciate Councillor Woodward makes certainly in his comments and in the way he put his questions some criticisms in terms of who I chose or didn't choose to interview. But I proceeded on the assumption in relation to, say, for example, that given the nature of the relationships between her and the complainants, that she would deny that she told them what she did. And in fact, her statement was exactly what I thought she would say to me. Also, at the time, the main reason that she was being proposed as a witness potential, and it simply said she would be made available, was in relation to the other aspect that I was looking at, which is not before you today, on which I didn't feel I needed to speak to her because it wouldn't change my views. So the conclusion that I've reached was based on, to the extent it was based on an assumption, was that she would say what she has said, and that she would say that she didn't say those things, because that's the nature of the relationship that was between them. Also, that was put forward some 3 months after I'd carried out all of the other interviews, and there'd been a long exchange of correspondence between me and the solicitors acting for Councillor Woodward. So I accept that, if you like, is a piece of the jigsaw that was missing, but it was missing at the time I completed my report because I'd assumed quite rightly that she would say what she said, and you've now got that piece of the jigsaw, if you like. So, you've got the evidence. Councillor Woodward has highlighted some differences around the interaction with officers. There's uncertainty about the interaction with officers. There's uncertainty about his part in the application. You will make a decision on those, and you will make a decision then which will inform whether or not there's a breach of the code. I've never yet carried out an investigation or been to a hearing where everybody's certain about all of the facts at the end of it. It just doesn't happen. So I think there is sufficient evidence in front of you to make the decisions that you need to make, albeit it may be tricky in some areas and you'll have to weigh up the conflicting evidence. But that's that's sort of always the way, I'm afraid, and it is where it is. I can't offer you any more than what I've already said and what's in the evidence in front of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gochi. Yeah, I thought that would be the response, and I didn't expect any magical solutions. Over the years, I've done many complaint cases, and I've chaired a couple of hearings in the past, so I know exactly what you're talking about in terms of it's not always black and white, and you sometimes have to find a balance there. But anyway, I'm grateful to you for that, and we shall see what we shall see. Yeah, thank you. If I could ask Councillor Woodward, you were very forensic in your challenges to the investigating officer, if I may say so. And I don't want to go over that ground again. You asked a number of questions and you've got responses. I just want to ask you a general question. Are you a sort of enthusiastic type of guy who, when you go in for something, you go a bit overboard for all the right reasons? We all get enthusiastic about things, hobby horses and things like that. Would you say it's in your character, in your nature, that when you want to do something, you do it enthusiastically, which might explain some of the evidence that's been brought up today, and I say against you in the first place, which you have challenged. If you could just answer me that general question, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you. I think that's a very fair question. I guess I'd describe myself as passionate. I've been a councillor now for nearly 35 years, which is a long time in anyone's money. And I was very excited about this new grant scheme, which I spent 6 months putting together with help from the previous director, Karen Murray, and help of the then leader of the council, Roy Perry. And I was excited about it. You know, we put a lot of work into it. And I guess I was a bit upset that it seemed to fall at the first fence, which was the first applicant trying to upload the first grant application, and the wretched thing didn't work. So, but yeah, I do have a passion for what I do, and I think if I didn't, I wouldn't be here. You know, there are other elected members, I'm sure, that have passions in their own areas and their own interests on the council. It's what drives us. You don't go into politics to make a load of money or anything like that. You try and help the community. And my excitement was about all of the different community groups, and just looking at the agenda just for that one decision day, you can see that whole array of organisations that if we hadn't put this grant into place, none of them could have been helped, because we had this system in this council where most of the money was going to the same people, and I mean no disrespect to those organisations, but they were mainly cultural organisations with a constant flow every year, tens of thousands. I wanted to stop that, and I said in May 2018, when I was thrilled to be appointed to the role, I'm going to stop that. We're going to have grants. They may not be enormous, but they will really change the lives of these community groups across the county council area. And that's what I did. So if that's a passion and enthusiasm, then yes, I have it.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Councillor Thacker, briefly, because, well, briefly, please.
Sorry, thank you. I've got a question wrapped up in 3 parts. First two are yes/no answers. As part of the investigation, do you have to interview complainants? Is it normal practice, if you like?
I can only think of one investigation I've done out of the many where I didn't, and that was purely because it was an incident that happened on a webcast, and none of them were present when it happened. They all saw the coverage of it. So in every other case, I always interview the complainant.
Okay, thank you. And when you do an interview as part of your investigation, you need to put down all of their answers and not edit it beyond a certain sensibility.
I always say when I interview anybody, it's not the note that I produce is not verbatim.
Yeah.
And sometimes if there are things that really aren't relevant, then I don't include them. But what I always do with everyone is send them a draft of the note, because it's, the older I get, the more I appreciate that people have different perceptions of different things.
That covers what I want to ask, because the third part is more important, because in your reports from the complainants, there was a lot of stuff that was to do with he said, she said, which was very much balanced in the side of the complainants because they made them. Do you not think that had you interviewed Ms. A, that would have given some counterbalancing he said, she said evidence so that we could have looked at it and said, yeah, okay, we can see there's a he said, she said here?
It's a fair question. I had to make a decision, as I say, the correspondence with the solicitors was putting forward her as a witness, specifically in relation to the issues that have been raised with the police, not in relation to the other issues particularly. I can appreciate that in terms of looking at the report, but my position, as I've said, would be an assumption that would be denied, that they'd fallen out, that she would have said, no, I didn't say that. So yeah, I could have done it. I can see your point. I don't think it particularly skews the reader's view of it, because ultimately you'll decide based on the evidence that there is. And obviously, I was aware that Councillor Woodward would have an opportunity to put in any evidence that he wanted to. And also he had an opportunity before that to put in any evidence to me from anybody else. So I don't think that it would have had that impact personally, but I can understand the point that you make.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Next up on the list is a representation from Councillor Woodward. However, given that it's 1:45, and I would like your representation to be followed straight after by questions, so it's still fresh in everyone's mind, if you see what I mean. So I propose that we stop for lunch. No? Happy with that? We don't need very long, do we? Should we start again at 1:15? No, 1:20. People are always more punctual when you keep it off the hour, half hour, and 1:45. So 1:20, please. Okay, welcome back. Just before we recommence with Councillor Woodward's representations, the monitoring officer has some information regarding witnesses.
Thank you, Chairman. It's just to let the panel know that I've had a communication from Mr. Morris, being one of the complainants, saying from correspondence I'd assumed that as we weren't part of the proceedings and it may not be open to the public, then they presumed that they would not have been allowed into the hearing. And I can confirm that in a separate way, because I think Councillor Woodward made representations to me as to their presence at the hearing anyway. He says he had a medical appointment today, but if he'd known he'd been required, he would have changed it. And if the panel require anything from them, they would attempt to oblige.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Woodward.
Thank
The
you,
floor
Chairman.
is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. May I just ask a question first on Mrs. Beardwell's statement? Could you confirm, please, Mrs. Beardwell, that you invited the complainants both to the meeting on the 23rd, which didn't happen, and to this meeting?
No, I didn't invite them. I asked them if they would wish to attend, because the determination as to whether the meeting would be in public or private hadn't yet been made. And if the meeting was in private, it would be up to the panel to decide who might remain in the room. So I couldn't make that presumption at that stage.
Perhaps I'll ask it a different way, Chairman. Mrs. Beardwell, did you ask them whether they would like to attend?
I asked them if they wished to attend, but I didn't invite them to attend.
Mr. Chairman, obviously it's a very complex issue, and I think that is shown by 231 pages, which was sent out by way of agenda. And then, of course, today I was presented with another couple of dozen pages to add to it as well. So should we say it's around 250 pages that are before us today? I'm quite a simple soul, as some of you might know, and I really do try to boil things down into what is the simplest way of looking at this. And the way I think is the simplest is to do the chronology of what happened and when through the process. And with that in mind, Chairman, with your, I hope it's not indulgence, I hope with your agreement, I actually have that chronology, which I would like the members of the panel to have. If they want to jot notes on it or whatever they can, there is no evidence in it or anything like that. It is simply about what happened and when, and I've printed enough copies that if Mr. Gocher would like one too, well, I've got 6 anyway.
That would be helpful.
It would work. So if that's okay, I'll... Okay, you ready, Chairman? Okay, thank you. All right, I say that this is literally a chronology, but I'm going to go through it, and then I, if I may, will then make some comments, and then obviously happy to take any questions. Where I say there's nothing in there by way of sort of evidence that isn't in the papers already. It's just what happened and when. So it goes back a very long way, 34 years, in fact. I was elected as a councillor to Fareham Borough Council in May 1986 and became leader in May 1999. I say this is literally a chronology. So in July 2012, I bought my first heavy goods vehicle. In fact, it was in 1978 that I drove my first when I was 17. So that's given a date away there. In May 2015, I was elected to Hampshire County Council. In April 2017, I bought my second heavy goods vehicle. In April 2018, I decided to pursue a long-held ambition to train for what used to be called HGV Class 1 licence and undertook some initial training on the Class 2 vehicles. Anyone who is interested, the Class 2 ones are the rigid ones, the Class 1 are the ones with the tractor unit and the bendy bit at the front. On the 18th of May 2018, I was appointed as the Executive Member for Recreation and Heritage. And as Roy Perry's statement confirmed, on the 29th of May 2018, I met the leader to talk about my plans for new capital rather than revenue grant scheme, as I outlined in my reply to Mr. Moore earlier. After discussing that with the director, who of course was not the current director, that was a lady called Karen Murray, another one who retired. On the 26th of June, I formalised the new grant scheme with the leader and with officers. In that summer, I did some more HGV Class 2 training. 21st of August 2018 was the first time I met or had heard of the rockets. And Joanne Bull and PC Morris, two of the three directors, came to see me at Fareham Borough Council. What they came to see me for was that they were looking for a training ground, as referred to in my statement to the investigator, that they wanted somewhere else to train. So they heard that I could do things, I think is what they said, that I'd helped a lot of community groups, and they came to ask me whether I might be able to help them, which indeed I did. And I did find somebody who, on a temporary basis, was willing to accommodate them on his land. During the autumn, I started visiting all of the existing, and again, Mr. Moore asked this question in his question as well. I started visiting all of these revenue grant recipients across the county council, all of these organisations who are receiving tens of thousands of pounds a year, every year, all the time, not perhaps learning self-sufficiency. I went to see them to explain, please excuse me, to explain how the new grant process would be run, and that we'd be looking at capital grants. It didn't mean that they were finished in terms of getting help, and in fact we did work out a tail funding for them which ran over 2 or 3 years, and in fact has just about come to an end now, but making it clear they could apply for capital projects. October 2018, this was the second time I'd seen the rockets. I went and saw their ground where they were training, and they put on a little show which my son and I went to. And then the following week, they'd invited me to their awards evening, which I did. In fact, you'll see in PC Collier's complaint what he'd decided about us at that third time of meeting when I went to that awards evening. In the winter, I passed my C-class, as it's now called. When it's not HGV, it's large goods vehicle test, as it's now called, the C-class LGV. And then I followed that with what's called C+E, which is the big one. 1st of January 2019, Joanne Bull started work on a 4-month part-time marketing role at LB Healthcare Physiotherapy, which is a company I part own in Whiteley. That was the reason for my declared personal interest. I said I knew one of the directors, one of the applicants, and that was the one I knew, so that was clear. And in January, I alerted a lot of community groups, including the Rockets, to a public report on the new grant scheme. So it came out a week before the 14th of January's meeting, and I made sure as many people as I could make sure knew all about it. And then on the 14th of January, I formally agreed that new grant scheme, and I mentioned to the officers, yes I did, that a grant towards a lorry from a children's motorcycle display team may be on its way. And the press release trumpeted loudly about the new £500,000 grant fund, which I'd launched on the 14th of January. And not surprisingly, the interest poured in. 21st of January, I wrote to you members about that scheme, advising them of the new grant scheme and what we'd agreed. On the 28th of January, the Rockets contacted the grants officer to introduce their lorry project. Just a little bit of background, we've heard a bit about spreadsheets today. The way I worked, and this is part of the system that I set up, I thought it would be useful if we had a sort of running commentary on all of the grants, starting with an expression of interest, and that would be flagged up to me. The grants officer would let me know each month what interest there was, what was coming in, and then as we work through the scheme, through the years to come, then they would tell me about, before it came to the report, the recommendations that they were looking to make. Some of them they were recommending full funding, some it was part funding, some it was no funding, some there were conditions, and I would actually propose conditions as well, such as matched funding from other councils or parish councils or something like that. So as I said, the possibility of a grant from the Rockets first appeared on the 2nd of February on that spreadsheet. I immediately, remember this wasn't a grant application, this was the officer flagging to me that there may be a grant coming from this a grant application coming from this organisation towards buying a second-hand lorry. I declared I had a personal interest and the reason for it, and I suggested onerous criteria actually to the grants officer, as I've done with many grants, and that is my history. If you wanted to look at all of those spreadsheets, you'll see I am pretty tough because this is taxpayers' money that we're handing out. On the 5th of February, the Rockets contacted the grants officer to say that the link for the grant application was taking them to the wrong form. In fact, I subsequently discovered it was taking them to the form that they would apply to all of us as individual councillors from our £8,000 annual budget for. So anyway, the 18th of March, because I thought that's quite a gap actually, isn't it, between the 5th of February and the 18th of March, but the Rockets contacted me to say they were in difficulties with the grant application process because the system had failed, and they sent me links to that application. And again, as I mentioned in my reply to Mr. Moore, I contacted the grants officer who gets the IT department to sort it out so the grant application could finally be submitted. And you've seen the email where I flagged it, and you've seen the 2 subsequent emails where we're discussing what the grants officer was very helpfully doing to sort out that problem. And that, as I said again in my reply to Mr. Moore, was the first. That was the first grant application on this new scheme, but there were many coming through the pipeline. On the 25th of March, we see from the report that the grants officer asked the Rockets for more information. On the 2nd of April, and I did circulate this, I received a Facebook invitation from a very nice man who's the chief gliding instructor for the Royal Navy, and he was asking me would I attend a VIP event, Royal Naval event, on the 23rd of May at Solent Airport, which was the date of my next decision day, which had been set about a year ahead. And I made a note, as one would, to get the date changed of the decision day, because this was at a venue in Fareham, the Solent Airport at the old Daedalus site, which I very much wanted to attend. And I wouldn't lightly change a date, but I'm the only one that's making the decision. I'm not stopping a committee meeting or a full council meeting or anything like that. It was my individual decision day. So I made a note to get the date changed on the 2nd of April. 3rd of April, Rockets contacted me again, said they couldn't retrieve their original application and sent me links. And I confirmed one of the links seemed to work for me, and that's in the email as well. 12th of April, the latest spreadsheet from the grants officer arrived, and that was recommending several grants, including the Rockets, should be decided in April, although the next decision day was 23rd of May. Again, I replied to that with my comments on the various grants in there. Again, I stated my interest and I wouldn't be making the decision. So we get to the 15th of April. Please note that the 15th of April, not the 10th of April. I contacted officers. In fact, I contacted the assistant director to have the grants date changed. And I'll come on in my statement later to describe how I know that was the 15th of April. So that was after I'd received the spreadsheet recommending several grants. So I asked, as per the grants officer's recommendation, I asked if it can be before the end of April. I was advised no. I was advised by the grants officer by the Democratic Services officer that wouldn't work, so I was offered the 7th of May in the afternoon. Please note again, and I will respond to Councillor James on this, I was offered that date. I didn't ask for that date, I didn't suggest that date. I was offered the 7th of May, and obviously wanting to be helpful, I said yes, but could it be the morning rather than the afternoon, because I had a very full diary in Fareham in the afternoon. 9 a.m. was agreed by the officer prior to a 10 a.m. Conservative group meeting, which was indeed
the Conservative Group annual general meeting. 26th of April, due to my declared interest, the leader deputed Councillor Heron to make the decision on one of the 17 grants immediately after or at the end of my decision day. 30th of April, drop that in, Joanne Bull left LB Healthcare Physiotherapy. So the reason I declared the interest originally, that actually ended at that point, but I still obviously continued the interest for other reasons. On the 7th of May, decision day, I made decisions on 16 grants and I left the room. My decision days, for anyone who's ever watched one or attended one, you'll be aware, and I hope it's something the committee clerks like, but they last 5 minutes on average, never normally any more, unless there are any deputations. It's very quick. I've read my reports. I've discussed them with officers. I make the decisions unless somebody wants to come and address me on them. So I made the decisions. I was out of the room by probably 9:05 and left Councillor Heron behind. And he made that decision. How do I know that I definitely wasn't in the room? Well, the first thing Councillor Heron did when he arrived at the group meeting later was to tell me he'd made the decision. He'd hardly have done that, would he, if I'd actually been there watching it being made, and why, you know, if there was all of this sort of subterfuge as is being suggested, and I was declaring an interest in all the rest of it, why on earth would I stay in the room for it to be made? 21st, in the council advised the Rockets, I see from the report, on the very same day. So they were told on the 7th of May that they'd been successful and Councillor Heron had decided to award them the 15,000. On the 21st of May, apparently the grant offer letter was sent by the council to Rockets. And as I've mentioned earlier, 22nd of May, PC Collier signed the offer letter and returned the completed backs form. 16th of June, things turned a bit nasty. I witnessed an assault by PC Collier on Joanne Bull, which was not witnessed by PC Morris. Following day, 17th of June, Joanne Bull contacted me to ask if the Rockets grant could be novated to her new group, the Solent Stars, which she'd set up, seeing how relationships were going with her colleagues. I said I thought that was unlikely, but I will ask the officer what she should do. And again, coming back to the question that Councillor James asked earlier, so I did not tell them or support them novating that grant. I said I will ask the officer what should happen, and the officer said that she should write in, which I understand is what was done. On the 19th of June, one of the grant conditions, these onerous conditions, which I suggest get attached to many grants, one of them failed as Fareham Borough Council withdrew its grant offer, and one of the conditions was that it should be matched funded by the Borough Council. So Fareham Borough Council withdrew the grant, therefore, as it was bound to do, Hampshire County Council cancelled the grant as well. So that was the 19th of June. 9th of July, PC Collier applied to join the Fareham Conservative Association. He was rejected due to the allegations of assault on one of the members. 21st of July, I've called him Mr. T rather than give his name, because I don't think there's a reason to name everybody that's involved in any way. Mr. T, Deputy Chairman of Fareham Conservative Association, took up the case of the rejection of PC Collier's membership application. And then on the 23rd of July, Joanne Bull resigned as a director of the Rockets. Mrs. Rowe said it was sometime in May. It was actually, and Companies House website would confirm that, it was the 23rd of July. 29th of July, PC Collier challenged his Conservative membership application rejection, giving the reasons, even though none had been given to him, because like any good members club, membership can be refused without a reason being given, and that's how it normally works. So no reason was given, but he wrote in saying these are the reasons and challenging them. The same day, Mr. T, the vice chairman of the party, also wrote complaining to the chairman, Ray Hanslip, about the rejection, citing details of what he knows following conversations with PC Collier. 14th of August, PC Collier applied again to join the Conservative Association. This time his application was approved without authority by Mr. T. And then on the 22nd of August, not surprisingly perhaps, Mr. T was suspended from the Conservative Party for, among other matters, approving without authorisation the membership of PC Collier. 2nd of October, we move on to Solent Stars put in its grants application, which I'd understood was pretty similar to the Rockets one, but it then transpired that it was actually nothing like the Rockets one, as I've described. The Rockets one was to buy a lorry. The Solent Stars one was to do some fitting out or conversion work within a lorry trailer, which was already owned by Solent Stars. 4th of October, Mr. T was expelled from the Fareham Conservative Association and made his association with PC Collier and his hatred of me very clear and very public, both before, during and after the expulsion meeting. He was going to ensure, he said, that I got my comeuppance. 14th of October, I believe was the date, identical complaints were submitted by PC Collier and PC Morris to Hampshire County Council, Fareham Borough Council, the Conservative Party nationally, and Hampshire Constabulary. 22nd of October, I received an email telling me that the Solent Stars application is not eligible for the grant scheme. So not surprisingly, I asked the Assistant Director, because she'd sent me the email, why, to be told it was not for a lorry purchase, as we've confirmed, of course, today, but to create a living area in the lorry, that I should speak to the council solicitor, Barbara Beardwell, who tells me, and I did contact her, who tells me the group needed to be able to justify why the living accommodation is needed. And I prefaced each conversation, the one with the Assistant Director and with the Monitoring Officer, saying I had a personal interest, I wouldn't be making a decision on the application, but I was seeking to find out why I was being told it wasn't eligible, because obviously the scheme didn't seem to suggest that. Of course, unbeknown to me was the event of the 14th of October, the complaints that Barbara Beardwell had in front of her from the complainants. And also, as mentioned in the report, that Councillor Heron actually had a complaint as well after he made the decision to award the grant to the Rockets. So I advised the applicant to write to the grants officer with a justification for the living area, which was apparently to comply with something called Showman's Guild requirements that then exempts lorries from lots and lots of regulations and taxes, etc. 24th of October, Solent Stars, I see, provided that further information and subsequently advised due to annual leave it would not be processed in time for the November decision day. That's what the Solent Stars was advised, according to the emails, which of course was somewhat different from the email I'd had on the 22nd of October telling me it wasn't eligible. So obviously things were moving on there, but then the 27th of October is when the monitoring officer told me that the complaints had been submitted by PCs Collier and Morris, and subsequently states they must be taken seriously because they are police officers. 21st of November, Solent Stars withdrew their grant application. 19th of May, Joanne Bull, as I've said, volunteered via my solicitor to be interviewed by the investigator, and she also offered to provide documentary evidence, including photographic evidence of the injuries she'd received from PC Collier and the unsolicited sexually explicit text messages she received from PC Morris. 21st of May, the documents were all sent, received and acknowledged by the investigator. They also included the complaint I'd made about PC Collier and PC Morris to Hampshire Constabulary, which is still under investigation, confirmed as recently, and the emails are here, as of the 19th of November. And then lastly, the monitoring officer advised me a decision on the 28th of September had been made to refer the allegation in respect of the 15k grant under the Recreation and Heritage Executive Member Grant Scheme to the Rockets Children's Motorcycle Display Team to a hearing, and that's where we are today, Mr. Chairman. What I was going to move to now is obviously my statements, and also looking at the comments I made on the investigator's report and the witness statements of Joanne Bull and Ray Hanslip. All I'm going to say on those statements is to address the redactions within those statements. So if I start with mine, which I'm sure you can put your hands on in the pack of papers. I was trying to find what this is right at the very back, or almost at the back, which is my rebuttal and the evidence that I provided to go with it. And this is page 177. So really, my final references are to page 177 onwards in your report pack.
I think you confirmed which it was, Councillor Woodward. I wasn't sure if you were talking about your comments on the draft investigators report included within the investigators evidence, or your subsequent statement included at page 177 onwards.
Yes, it's page 177, which because the original statement I made in response to the investigators report, of course, all the paragraph numbers then got changed. So I did contact the monitoring officer, and she suggested one option for me was to resubmit a statement. So that's what I did. And of course, I've submitted my witness statements to go with it. So that's agenda item 5.3, page 177. So in terms of what is in my report, and I'll just do it by paragraph number, if I may. Paragraph 68 on that, where there is a reduction. So that's on page 182, paragraph 68. That's been blotted out. And that was really what I've just said to you earlier. That was, I'm advised that on the 19th of August, as it was at that time, Hampshire Constabulary Professional Standards Department advised the victim in writing that evidence of the assault case is now being reviewed and a response is expected in December 2020. So I'm not quite sure why that was taken out, but I'm just advising you what indeed was there. And in paragraph 148, which is on page 188, there is a reduction there about being expelled from the party at the time the complaint was made, which followed an unsuccessful attempt by PC Collier to join the Conservative Party, is all that says. And then last, and I think I'll leave my statement at that. You've then got the witness statement of Joanne Bull, where there are a number of reductions in there as well. And there's one chunky paragraph at paragraph 5, but I think in light of what the investigator actually said earlier about what is actually relevant to what his report is, I probably won't read that one out. I will only read out paragraph 14 of Joanne Bull's statement, what is actually in there. And that is on page 220. And when she said, I could not possibly continue to work with my two fellow Rockets directors, one of which assaulted me and the other wanting a sexual relationship. So I resigned from being director of the Rockets. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, we have Ray Hanslip's statement. And Ray Hanslip is the chairman of the Conservative Party in Fareham. And and obviously I've redacted the name of the member who was expelled as well, but I can just find his statement. So that's at page 223, and it's at paragraph 6 in that. So I'll say Mr. T was at the time the deputy chairman political of the association, and as previously stated was already under investigation for a number of issues regarding his behaviour as a senior officer. And then Mr. T openly objected, etc. So that's all I wanted to say, really, on the statements. And now what I just wanted to turn to was my statement in closing, Chairman, if that's all right. So I've stated the fact that the investigator has been very selective in the extent of evidence which he has provided to the hearing, even though it was all in his possession. He has chosen to exclude, of course now one or two of these have come back in again, he has chosen to exclude the spreadsheets where I exchanged information with the grants officer, which is SW9, 12, 10 and 3, and half of the correspondence with my solicitor in which his questions were answered, and the evidence was supplied by Joanne Bull, and I'm not going to say the words again, I've covered what that was about. These exchanges also confirmed that Joanne Bull was happy to be interviewed by the investigator, but he chose to exclude her from his investigation. Why, given that every element of the complaints was attributed to what she had allegedly said to the complainants, was she not interviewed? And I know that a number of you have asked that very question today and been given the answer, well, it wouldn't have changed my mind. It wasn't any new evidence. But of course, if you have evidence from one party or two parties with potentially malicious intent, and then try and say, well, I don't want it from the opposite view because that's all very predictable. I think normally in cases, and I'm no solicitor and I'm no barrack room lawyer, but it is my true belief that if you're going to make a case against somebody, or not make a case against, so if you're going to investigate a matter of which somebody has been accused, you take all possible opportunity to interview all possible witnesses, because we've already seen how things change, haven't we, with this very late, that I got at 7 o'clock this morning, statement which Mrs. Rowe had produced. Things do change, memories clearly change, and other things change as well. So I think that is an important point, and it was, I must say, I really wasn't expecting to hear from the investigator that COVID-19 was an excuse for not interviewing people in a story like this, which can end a politician's career. I was interviewed as the final interviewee on the 6th of March, and from my memory, the most we had in terms of COVID was that Mr. Gocher had a bottle of hand sanitizer on his desk. We hadn't had a lockdown, we hadn't had anything else. So as I was the last interviewee, and Mr. Gocher was appointed some significant time before the 6th of March, I would have expected that all people who might have anything useful to add would actually be interviewed. My view, I say I'm not qualified, but that would just to me have seemed fair that everybody was interviewed. They weren't, and Joanne Bull was not. Contrary to his statement about me refusing to answer his questions, I actually answered all of the investigator's questions and supplied documents that he requested, and he confirmed receipt of same. Yes, I was hesitant about some of them because I really couldn't see how my driving licence related to a complaint about a grant, and it was that line of questioning which really concerned me, and it was one on which I was forced to take legal advice. I say forced. Why was I forced? Because I was offered the use of a spare, could we call them, independent member. Mr. Moore has a counterpart, and I was offered that I could speak to him, I could discuss the complaint with him, and I could discuss the process with him. I tried, he wouldn't, and he didn't want to discuss the complaint with me, and I thought, this just is pointless, I need to speak to a solicitor, and that's what I actually did.
Can I come in on this? This was exactly the point I raised at the meeting in September. Because I quote again to the meeting, to the hearing, I'm concerned in paragraph 176 on page 189 about Councillor Woodward's comment that the other independent person refused to assist him. This is not related to the substance of the complaints, but more to the process itself. Why? Are there implications for a hearing and the advice of an IP on offer to the subject member? And I was told at that meeting in September that the only reason my colleague felt unable to assist was because he saw his role as advising on the process rather than the merits or otherwise of the case. And I think, you know, that was the answer I was given, and that's an answer I can go with. So I don't think there's any stain on my colleague's part for refusing to assist. If it had been on the process, you know, what should follow from this is, that's fine, but it wasn't. He got the impression that you wanted to discuss the merits and otherwise of the case, you know, and that's why he declined.
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful, Chairman, because I was advised that I could consult him about the complaint at any time I wished, and indeed the process. And the problem was that when I asked the monitoring officer, even about the process for today, she sent me a very detailed reply saying this is what will happen at the panel and how the investigator would do his bit, I'd do mine, etc., 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 every stage along the line. And then when I went back, because I thought, well, I can talk to the investigator about that, to the spare independent member about that then, because that's about the process. So then when I looked into the process and went back to Mrs. Beardwell, I was told, no, I said that because I thought that may be what they will do on the day. So I didn't have a process that I knew was going to happen. So I came in here this morning not knowing exactly how it would run. And then the monitoring officer said to me, well, the members will decide on the day what the process of the meeting will be. So I was really left, there wasn't any point contacting anyone about the process because I was told I wouldn't know what would happen, how this meeting would be run in absolute terms until I arrived. So with respect to your colleague, through you, Chairman, Mr. Moore, there wasn't any point then me contacting him about the process, which I might well have done. And I had actually said at an earlier stage, I'd like him to be here and I can consult him about the process. But as I wasn't going to know the process until I arrived, I really couldn't avail myself of that offer. So I say, unfortunately, maybe it's something the council needs to look at its processes in terms of what the additional independent member is there to do. Because from my point of view, it was very confusing, and I did have some confusing replies to my inquiries about what I could do with him. So in the end,
your point
I
is
ended
noted.
up taking legal advice.
Your point is noted.
Thank you. So continuing on, regardless of any political persuasion, I hope you agree that all of us as county councillors are absolutely dedicated to doing our very best for the people of the county of Hampshire. I was delighted to receive total support for the Recreation and Heritage Grant Scheme, which I introduced in January last year. It was 8 months in the making from my appointment in May 2018, and I consulted with a number of members and the Select Committee before implementing it. The new grant scheme, as I think you have heard, was, however, in IT terms, not without its faults. And as I will prove, I hope today, I had to step in with our very first grant applicant into the new system, Rockets, who found it impossible, having filled out their entire grant application by themselves, I hasten to add, and saved it to make the application upload process work. And I'm now in the situation for doing my level best to help them upload it by contacting the grants officer. The emails I exchanged with her are a matter of record, and you have them in front of you. Nowhere in them did I, and I quote, chase officers and press for decisions. That's paragraph 120A on page 34. Nowhere in them did I press officers, and that's the emails themselves, pages 130 to 132. The investigator, Chairman, has chosen to add a lot of adjectives to his description of my actions in an attempt to make them appear wrong. He describes them variously, paragraph 120, page 34, liaising with officers, chasing officers, pressing for decisions. Page 38, paragraph 134, he was heavily involved. He has shown extensive interest before it was made. He raised it specifically with officers. What is specifically? I mentioned it, yes. The amount of contact was highly unusual. Unusual for who? For me? Unusually close interest. Unusual for who? Compared to who? Because as I think I demonstrated in my answer to Mr. Moore's question, I have been passionate. I'll pause. Obviously, there's another meeting going on. So is there a problem, Chairman? Thank you. No definition is given of any of these descriptions, all subjective. The investigator's report is subjective. Then we get to page 38, paragraph 135, the true motive for his support. Really? Supposition, not fact. I've been driving HGVs on and off since I was 17. That is sadly a very long time ago. Page 38, paragraph 136. It was only very shortly before the decision that I notified officers of the interest. Over 3 months. The officer didn't change his report in the light of new evidence. He left it in there. Page 38. I was on paragraph 137. I was extremely active throughout the process. Compared to what? What does my normal state of activeness look like? Page 42, paragraph 157, he claims I provided considerable support to the application, supporting the applicant to complete the application. Complete as in submit, yes. Complete as in write, no. Pressurizing officers to progress the application, no evidence of where and when. And I did ask that specifically. There were no pressures, there were no other influences. I was clear about the nature of my interest, since even before the grant application was submitted. On page 41, and now we're getting into the facts, paragraph 148D, the evidence of others may be unclear or inaccurate. So we must look at the thrust of what they allege. On any balance of probabilities, surely the use of inaccurate and unclear evidence can't be right. Page 41, 148E. Apparently it is highly unlikely, indeed incredible, that the complainants could have made up this story. There I do wholeheartedly agree. I do not believe for a moment that the complainants made up this story. It was made up for them by political opponents, of which I have, sadly, after nearly 35 years as a councillor, a number. I've demonstrated in my evidence and the testimony of the Conservative Party chairman that such an opponent was in close contact with the complainants leading up to his expulsion from the party. The political opponents I describe well know, as the members of this panel do, the internal workings of political groups, annual meetings, how cabinet members are appointed, etc. Indeed, these are the very same political opponents, Chairman, who only on Friday made allegations to the Chief Executive Officer of this council about one of your panel members, Chairman, a councillor who was removed from this panel for the crime of having been a councillor in Fareham 30 years ago, which I think is why you're here today, Chairman. It would indeed, if we look at page 41, paragraph 149b, to quote the investigator, an incredible coincidence that PCs Collier and Morris made up the story about what they were told. But Chairman, I did not specifically ask for the grant application in which I had an interest to be brought forward. I specifically asked for 17 grant applications to be brought forward. And 3 were specifically recommended by the grants officer for an April decision. Did she mean by the officers? I don't know. But there does seem to be a very late in the day, nearly 5 o'clock yesterday evening, attempt to disparage her proposal, given that the monitoring officer has had that spreadsheet now for 14 months. And I provided it to this investigation not once, but twice. Felicity Rowe, with the fresh off the press SG15, presumes what the grant officer meant, stating she is clearly not suggesting moving the May decision day, but with the words, suggest early decision by the end of April, I think it is clear to all what she wrote. My words, I'd already surmised in my rebuttal statement she may have meant an officer decision reported to me in May, and my paragraph in page 184, my paragraph 120C. I thought maybe that's what the officer meant. You know, the officers would make a decision, not unheard of in this council, for officers to make decisions and then report them to members. But whatever she meant, it was a very clear statement to me as decision maker that an early decision would assist at least 3 organisations, and certainly does not support the investigator's statement, which I think is now retracted, that the decision day could have been set later still. Imagine my surprise when after 5 o'clock new evidence was received, after the 5 o'clock new evidence, which I read at 8:30 last night before this hearing, I should wake up at 7 o'clock this morning to find yet another document sent to me late last night.
It was just to point out, I've just advised the chairman that under the County Council's financial procedures, the ability for chief officers to make grants only extends to grants up to £5,000.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, for that answer from Mrs. Beardwell. Well, obviously that's not one that I would necessarily know. I say my assumption was that maybe they were looking at an officer decision in April, reported to my decision day in May, whenever in May that decision may be. As I was saying, imagine my surprise when after the 5 p.m. new evidence, which I read at 8:30 p.m. last night, I should wake at 7 a.m. this morning to find yet another document sent to me late last night. The grants officer apparently remembered something at 5:28 p.m. yesterday when, on her holiday, she received a call from her director to tell her to remember now something she did not volunteer at the time and which she had not remembered when she was interviewed by the assistant director 9 months ago, an event she says happened 20 months ago. And this is a telephone call I made to the assistant director on the 10th of April. But I know that I was away on holiday that day, and I most definitely had better things to do than be calling up the assistant director at this council. As I have stated, the call I made was on the 15th of April, after I had received the grants report. Yet the assistant director, who apparently made the claim, did not remember it at all when she wrote the briefing for her director. Sadly, in the rush to produce this new allegation or evidence, someone has also forgotten that the grants officer recommended not 1, but 3 grants were in need of an April decision. What about the Charles Kingsley Society? What about the Waltham Chase Methodist Church? Did I also demand that they too were to be rapidly written up, fast-forwarded and decided? No, I did not. And then we have, in mention of this new piece of evidence that was provided to me this morning at this hearing, an email has been re-quoted. Nicola advised me verbally Councillor Woodward was keen to make some decisions before the next decision day, ideally before the end of April. Yes, I was. I was keen to see as many decisions made as possible. Why did she not note that in her diary on the 17th of April? The email from Rosalind to me of the 17th of April, she says, reads that. And then we're talking about Rosalind's recall. Felicity Rowe's 5 p.m. late entry into the proceedings states, and I quote, "I presume she is suggesting some sort of indication to the organisation of an intent to approve." Those are her very words, and please do, members, look at that statement. Look at the one that came at 5 o'clock, signed with a wet signature by Felicity Rowe, and look at the one that I was then handed this morning. So the one at 5 o'clock, Felicity Rowe presumes she is suggesting some form of indication to the organisation of an intent to approve. This is spookily identical to the grants officer's statement to Felicity Rowe, in which we read that she, and I quote, explained that she meant some form of indication to the organisation of an intent to approve. What a coincidence that what Felicity Rowe presumed at 5 o'clock, the grants officer then confirms verbatim only minutes later. This may, of course, Chairman, be for another investigation, but that would infer predetermination of the results of grant decisions if we're going to start writing to grant applicants, telling them that their applications are likely to get approved at some time in the future. And I don't need to remind you, predetermination is illegal in any council meeting. I can also state, Chairman, that had I asked for the date to be changed and was in such a hurry, would I really have been left waiting for a week to receive a new date? If I'd really rung on the 10th of April and it took the officer, the Democratic Services officer, a week to come back to me and change the date, if I'd really been asking on the 10th of April, I expect the officers would have had time to put together all these applications for the for a meeting in April. And of course, I only received the spreadsheet on the 12th of April, recommending an April determination of 3 grants. I'd have had to have been psychic to be seeking a date change on the 10th of April. It may, of course, be due to all the rush, but I note that Felicity Rowe's 5 p.m. statement, because I am keen to look at the properties of statements and documents when they're sent out. Felicity Rowe's 5 p.m. statement was originally entitled Statement for Felicity Rowe, not Statement by Felicity Rowe, but Statement for Sir Felicity Rowe. And that statement was written, it seems, the author was the monitoring officer's secretary, and it was subsequently changed to Statement of Felicity Rowe. That concerns me. Therefore, the conclusion on page 41, paragraph 149, that I moved the date to ensure that I was still a cabinet member is simply untrue, is simply wrong, and it is that claim which is incredible and highly unlikely and not supported by any evidence save for a story provided by my political opponents via the complainants. A phrase, and I'm looking now at page 35, paragraph 121C, a phrase such as, "This is the evidence of the complainants who say they were told it by Joanne Bull, who was told it by Councillor Woodward." Yet in his interview statement, PC Morris, page 59, paragraph 11, says they were told of the grant change by the council, the date change. Then in PC Collier's interview, page 54, paragraph 6, he says that he was told by me. I've never had a conversation with him until the day of the assault. It starts to sound very much like a game of Chinese whispers. My aim with the grant scheme was to see the greatest number of groups across Hampshire benefit from county council support to make their dreams come true. We have, as a county council, helped so many groups achieve that, including sports clubs, village halls, community centres, musical societies, cultural groups, scouts, guides, other children's uniformed organisations. None of those were previously in the scheme and able to be supported, special events, etc. The allegations against me have already been considered by a number of other bodies and dismissed. These include Hampshire Constabulary, the Conservative Party, Fareham Borough Council, and most recently the local government ombudsman, who has also sent them and dismissed them. So I hope, Chairman, that my case is clear-cut from the evidence I produced that I have not breached the Code of Conduct in any way.
Is that it? Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Woodward. Before I ask the investigating officer to challenge, if he wishes to, anything you said, can you just clear something up for me, please? Can you check, are PCs Collier and Morris of Hampshire Constabulary still under investigation by their Professional Standards Department?
Yes, would appear to be the answer, Chairman, from the email which I received and read out earlier, which I'll try and find again. Here we are. So on the 19th of November 2020, I had an email from the staff officer to the Chief Constable, where he was confirming that the Chief Constable is liaising with our Professional Standards Department to ensure you receive a timely update. That's on the complaints. I've contacted our Professional Standards Department and they have confirmed that an update will be provided to you directly. That was on the 19th of November 2020. And then another one, which one of the witnesses has kindly passed me, Miss Bull, and that says, this is from PSD Investigator 14711 of Professional Standards Department, dated the 1st of December 2020. Please be advised I've today submitted the outcome letter in response to the matters that you have raised, so it can be sent to you. This is normal practice. You should submit a right of review should you not agree with the outcome. So, okay. Yes, Chairman, sorry to add the detail, but I thought it was helpful.
Thank you. Right. Mr. Gocher.
Thank you. Your solicitor did confirm that you had driven the Solent Stars lorry. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
How many times have you driven it?
So how many times have I, or how many had I?
How many times have you driven it?
Have I? I've driven it several times. I haven't counted.
More than 10, less than 10?
I really don't know. I say I haven't counted. I've driven a...
Okay. So it could be more than 20, more than 30, more than 40?
Absolutely not.
So is there a parameter you can give to it?
Not really, no. I've driven it on a few occasions, but I really don't know how many. And like I did right back at the very start, I questioned the relevance of that now in December 2020, how many times I might have driven it to a complaint relating to a matter from April 2019.
And were those occasions when you were attending Solent Stars events?
Sadly, there haven't been any Solent Stars events because the lockdown happened, and there have been none.
So there were none before the lockdown?
No, there were no events before the lockdown either.
Thank you. In terms of the lockdown, as you said, I interviewed you on the 6th of March. Did you suggest to me then that I should speak to Mrs. Bull?
I didn't know, because I really did think I'd given you everything that you would require. And of course, it wasn't until I received your draft of my statement that I started to look at it, and rather more seriously. Even the question you'd asked about why did I change the date of the meeting, it was such an inconsequential thing to me at the time that I couldn't actually remember why I changed the date of the meeting until I looked in my diary. So no, I didn't suggest who else you might interview, and I wouldn't have thought it was my place to. But as the complaints were full of the name Joanne Bull, I guess I might assume that would have flagged up, well, there's somebody who's got to be worth talking to, because every single item in the complaints, she told them, allegedly.
And you said that at that time, the only, that's the 6th of March, the only significance in relation to COVID was that I was using hand gel. I remember it was a different time, and if only we'd known then what we know now. But actually, it was fairly soon after that we went into a national lockdown, wasn't it? Can you remember when that was?
Was it about the 21st of March?
It was the 20th of March, I think. So we're within around 2 weeks.
But I'm also aware I was the final interviewee, which would make sense.
And can you remember the date when your solicitors indicated to me that Mrs. Bull would make herself available to be interviewed?
I can't know, but I'm sure if you'd asked, could you interview Joanne Bull, I'm sure I could have given you her contact details at any stage between then and now.
I think you mentioned it before. It was the 19th of May, wasn't it, that the solicitor said that?
I'll be, yes.
You mentioned, you said that you responded to all of my queries. When I sent you some queries after the interview, because although you were the last interview, they'd all taken place on the same day, so there wasn't a chance to necessarily collate all of the information. So I asked you a number of other questions. One of those questions was whether you could provide me with all correspondence between you and the police in respect of the issues you raised about the professional standards issue. Is that right?
I know you asked me, you wanted to justify, and this is obviously not an issue for this because you've already found I didn't err in terms of the code over it, but you were asking me to justify another action I had taken, and I did that by supplying a copy of the letter, which was my complaint letter.
But I asked you to provide all correspondence, didn't I, between you and the police on that letter?
I think perhaps from the emails I've read out today, you've perhaps got some idea of the gaps in correspondence, this time taken, and I don't believe there was any other correspondence to provide. All I would have had was an acknowledgement of, you've made a complaint, we're looking at it.
But I did ask your solicitors to confirm that there was no other correspondence other than that which was sent to me.
I don't know what the solicitor confirmed back because that wasn't in the email trail you provided.
Well, I didn't receive anything back from your solicitors. I know that you say in your note that they did respond, but you haven't provided a copy of that response, and I've checked my email archive and I don't have anything from them after that date. You say that your only involvement in the writing of the grant application was because of this technical issue well, you said two things when I was interviewed. One was the technical issue, and one was the template business case. Is that right?
Yes, I said to you at the interview that I thought I'd provided a template blank business plan to them. I actually went back to check my emails and I can't even find any such thing. So I'm suspecting that maybe I didn't even do that. But I certainly have provided blank business plan templates to other grant applicants over the years, but perhaps I was mistaken and I didn't provide it in this case.
Okay. Presumably that was a technical issue that other community organisations must have faced if it was the same process.
I guess they might well have done, but as I said in the answer to Mr. Moore, the Rockets, as I understand it, were the very first to avail themselves of the new grant scheme, and so they were the first to be facing the process of upload, which proved to be impossible. And I think if you look at the emails, I think it was from memory pages 130 to 132 from the grants officer, she said she'd raised it with IT and she had exactly the same problems. So I would assume, it's dangerous of course to make assumptions, but I would assume therefore that nobody had uploaded their grant applications.
So you didn't receive any contact from any other community organisations complaining about the same issue?
I did actually, and I've put it in as my evidence. I had 2 email exchanges. I had many, but there were 2 that I put in. I was really trying to illustrate the point about, and I'll tell you what the references are momentarily. I was trying to illustrate the point that I was in touch with other organisations as well in terms of promoting the grant scheme. And one of those, I'm just trying to find it now for you, without naming it, it's either SW7 or SW8. Here we go. SW7 was from a Mrs. T, saying, I read with interest you've launched the above fund. I run a girls brigade group, wondered if we could apply. Only information I can find seems to relate to funds already allocated. So there's somebody who couldn't find what they wanted to find. And then I had on SW8 from the Itchin South District Canoe Centre, asking for a link to the application form. That was on the 21st of January. But I don't know whether they then tried to submit shortly after that or not. But yes, certainly I had inquiries and comments from a number of groups because a press release had gone out about a £500,000 grant scheme which had huge publicity coverage.
In terms of the emails that there were between the Rockets and you about the grant application that are, I think, certainly we've referred to them around page 100 and the tractor unit. They are all from Ms. Bull, aren't they? They've got her name at the bottom.
If they've got her name at the bottom, it's redacted there, but yes, I would guess so. Or it's certainly from the Rockets anyway.
And they were to your personal email address?
Yes, they were.
And is it usual for you to give your personal email address to community organisations?
Yes, it most definitely is. Lots of people have my personal email address, and sometimes I put it in my newsletters too.
And you stated before, in relation to that specific email, which was sent from the Rockets and to you and only to you about the tractor unit, that you did not respond to that email.
No, I'm sure I didn't respond. I even checked back in my emails to see if I had, and I did make the comment that I'm quite sure if there had been a response, you would have received it as evidence.
Is it usual for you to not respond to emails from community organisations?
Not normally, no. And I say I did go and look for it. I get, as a number of us do, many dozens of emails a day. And probably many more Facebook postings to respond to as well, but you know, I don't always get to all of them, sadly.
When did the previous leader of the council announce that he was going to step down?
Oh, about a year. Oh, I don't know. I'm always looking to colleagues for this. I don't know. A good year ahead of his actual retirement. I'm pretty sure he announced it at a council meeting, if I recall.
And
it looks like the monitoring officer might be about to help me out here.
Yeah, I think it was at the council meeting in February in 2019. That's my recollection.
any group confidentialities, but I think he'd announced it to us about a year. He'd be doing another year and then he'd be finishing.
And you mentioned that there was a group meeting on I think it was the same day as the decision day, wasn't it? Afterwards.
Yes, it was the 7th of May at 10 a.m.
And that was it at that meeting that the new leader of the group was appointed or selected?
That was the annual general meeting, so yes, it was.
And you say that you were on holiday on the 10th of April, so you know it isn't right that that's when you telephoned the officer. And you said it was the 15th of April. Can you tell me how you're so sure it was the 15th of April and not any other day? Is that when you returned from holiday?
That's when I got back from holiday, yes. And I knew that I had, I'd not only got a diary clash, which I'd known about for 10 days or so, but then I'd got the spreadsheet as well from the officer that was sent, I think it was on the 12th or whatever it was, suggesting that 3 of the grants could do with decisions by the end of April.
I think the email was the 17th, wasn't it?
17th. Sorry, which email? I'm not looking at my papers.
The email about the April decision.
That was the email, I think, from the Democratic Services Officer, wasn't it, suggesting the 7th of May?
Yes.
Yes, that's right. So within 2 days of me contacting the Assistant Director, I had a recommended date proposed to me by the Democratic Services Officer.
You say that the reason why the complainants have put forward this version of events is because it would have been effectively put to them by political opponents, I think you said. So would that political opponent have had access to knowledge that you'd moved the decision day?
It was publicly available on the council's website, so yes.
So it would have actually shown that it had been moved on the website if you looked, or would you have to, would it say 23rd of May changed to the 7th of May actually on the website, or would it have just been a different day?
It said moved, and there's also I mentioned the Culture and Community Select Committee, which was in the morning on the same day, and that's still in there saying cancelled on the 23rd.
Okay. I'm talking about that. You say that was cancelled. Why was that cancelled?
I'm guessing insufficient business, but that would have been a matter for the chairman.
So it wasn't cancelled due to your lack of availability to attend?
No, I'm sure it wasn't.
In terms of the comment that you made about the professional standards investigation and the emails that you read out, one of them referred to an outcome letter that was sent to Mrs. Bull, you say?
I understand she's still waiting for it.
So she's been sent an email about the outcome letter, but not the actual outcome letter?
Yes, so if I can, would you like me to read it again?
Well, I just wasn't sure whether there was any attachment to it or whether...
No, there wasn't. It says, please be advised. This is from Professional Standards on the 8th. No, sorry, that's mine. Let's find the one. Here we are, yes. Yes, here we are. This is to Miss Bull. Please be advised that I have today submitted the outcome letter in response to the matters that you have raised to my admin department so that it can be sent to you. This is normal practice, as they will include the relevant date that you should submit a right of review should you not agree with the outcome. Yours sincerely. And that was sent to her on the 18th of November 2020.
But she's still not received that outcome letter.
Well, and I've still not received mine either.
So you don't know the outcome of if there will any investigation, whether any action will be taken?
No, I don't. In
terms of the the conversation you had with the monitoring officer, how often would you speak to the monitoring officer about grant application?
Never.
You've never done it before. And in terms of the comment that Felicity Rowe made about the officers feeling pressured, you specifically asked me whether there were any emails or indicating what the pressure was. Do you accept that the very contact that an executive member and a senior member might have with officers might give them a perception about how they feel, they view about a particular issue or an application without actually needing to exert pressure? They can just feel pressure as a result of the fact you mentioned yourself that you were surprised, you would have been surprised if you'd contacted on the 10th of April that it would have taken them a week to respond to you. So you obviously expect things to be done pretty quickly.
I suppose it's what one gets used to as members. We are very well supported as Hampshire County Councillors by our officers and our Democratic Services team. They do tend to respond fairly rapidly normally, not that they jump, pressure. The definition of pressure is forcing somebody to do something they do not wish to do, isn't it?
But do you accept that people can feel pressure even if the person pressuring them doesn't know
I don't know. It's a good point you make. And I suppose what I would say to that is that if it was, sort of an executive member or indeed any councillor coming down on what might be regarded as a junior officer in the team here, then they'd probably refer to their next line, management. And if they had a problem, they'd refer to the next line, and then they'd go to their director, and then they go to the chief executive officer. I've been a councillor for a long, long time now, and I've seen this happen. If it looks as if a councillor is kind of stepping out of line in the nicest possible sense, a tap on the shoulder from someone, whether it's the monitoring officer or the chief executive, the networks within councils, you will know this at least as well as I do, within council structures are usually good. And if there's some feel, that someone's doing something that's a bit unfair, they'll tell you. I would never expect it to get all the way to here today if somebody thought they were under pressure from me. So no, I don't accept that I put pressure on any officer. That's why I asked for evidence, and there was none. But I really would have expected, were it true, that I'd have heard about it a long, long time ago. Because we're talking about events, Mrs. Beardwell didn't know at the time this grant was decided back in May 2019, that May, June, July, August, September, that 5 months later there was going to be a complaint about it. So, if there'd been any issue with how I was working or doing the portfolio, I'm sure I would have heard about it long, long before then.
And yet, Ms. Rowe did say that the officers felt under pressure in relation to that application.
Yes, and I suppose I would probably say in response to that, well, if they felt under pressure, did they tell you at the time? I'm guessing not. And if they did, why on earth didn't you say something to me? If somebody thought, this wasn't a process that all happened in the space of a few days. There was an expression of interest to the new grant scheme in the February, following which I declared an interest. There was the drawing up of the grant by the applicants. There was the submission fiasco, if you want to use a different word, and there was the decision. All of these opportunities that if there was an issue, Felicity Rowe was the director throughout that time, from December onwards. Surely something would have been said. That it didn't take until, whatever it was, 9:30 last night for an officer to talk about pressure.
In fairness to her, she talked about pressure in my original interview with her back in March, didn't she?
That officer, that was the grants officer, didn't know.
But Felicity Rowe did raise it then.
She didn't say which officer.
But she said officers felt pressured.
Yeah, which is why I asked for some evidence.
So you accept that officers can feel pressured simply by the seniority of the councillor who they might be dealing with, particularly if they're more junior officers?
No, I don't necessarily. I think it depends on the officer, probably. Some of them may do, and I imagine it's down to the director who is in the in the order in which members would contact. With many matters, I would probably go straight to a director. with any queries or anything else that I had. But on this particular relationship, the officer chose to work directly with me, and she'd send me her report each month. I'd go send it back with my comments. It's all very open and transparent, each one of those exchanges, and I've read them. You've submitted them. I don't see any pressure in them. You have said, Mr. Gocher, that I put the officers under pressure, and you've evidenced it with those emails. But in those emails, I see no pressure, unless I'm missing something.
So you don't accept that that it's possible for an officer to feel pressure unless there's something specifically that a member says to them that indicates that they have to do something, that you don't feel that that can be felt simply because of the relationship and the imbalance of the relationship between officers and members?
I think we have in Hampshire a very mature relationship with our officers, and I don't see that. But what I'm saying to you is that if a director or the chief executive or somebody else, if they ever said to one of us as members, we think, a bit intense or, a bit much pressure there or something, would you take a step back or something like that? I think all of us would do that. We'd take that advice. We are a partnership. We have, obviously, it's a unique relationship, elected people, elected members working with officers. Elected members are subject to the ballot box. Officers, probably a bit more secure than some of us politicians in their jobs. And it's an unusual relationship, but it's one that I've worked with now for nearly 35 years. And I haven't got, I've never had a day like this before.
Talking of unusual, again, Ms. Rowe indicated that in her view, the interest and interaction with you on the Rockets application was unusual. Why do you think she said that if you say it wasn't?
Well, to be honest, I don't know. And you may recall in the statement I made, I said you'd called it highly unusual. And I said, what is unusual? Unusual activity. I said, well, what is that? With what are you comparing? What is unusual? Is it unusual for the Recreation and Heritage Executive Member responsible for a grant fund to talk about grants to the grants officer? Is that unusual? That, if you really wanted to take all the emails I've ever written or phone call conversations I've ever had with officers about grants, you would find there are many, and the tiny minority of them are covered in this case. I've been, and Mr. Moore asked me about this earlier, I've been passionate about seeing this as a fantastic thing that we're doing for our communities and wanting to drive it forward, promoting it. We can make such a difference, even probably even more so in these times. But in terms of highly unusual, I don't know what's unusual. Mrs. Rowe had never worked as a director before, and she'd certainly never worked with me before, and she'd certainly never worked with the Recreation and Heritage grant portfolio within her portfolio before. So I don't know how she can make a statement that this was unusual.
So you say she was a very relatively new director, and obviously the relationship between the director and their portfolio holder is a significant one.
Yes, absolutely.
And do you accept that in those circumstances, particularly when it's a new relationship, it might be difficult, even for a director, but one who's newly appointed, to raise concerns about pressure and issues like the ones that she raised with me once a complaint had been made?
I smile because I'm thinking of the director concerned. Absolutely not.
So you make that judgment in relation to her, but not necessarily. That's not the correct question asked was a general one rather than a specific one.
I don't know. I can only comment on the directors with whom I work most closely with, and they're all excellent, and I have no doubt they would all tap a member on the shoulder if they thought they were doing something that was unusual or wrong or pressurizing or something like that. I'm sure they all would, but this particular director, I have no doubt that if there were issues that I'd know all about them.
In terms of going back to the, and I will be brief, Chair, the Solent Stars application, what's said is that you you contacted the council on the day that there was a response to Ms. Bull about the application. Is that right?
No, the Solent Stars one, when that was, no, I don't recall that conversation at all. In fact, the Solent Stars application submitted never found its way even onto a spreadsheet. It didn't even get that far.
But you did contact the assistant director, and then you contacted the monitoring officer, and that was very quickly after the application was received, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. It was when I received an email from the assistant director telling me that the application didn't meet our grants criteria, and that was when I contacted her. I just telephoned her when I got it and said, why? And she said, you need to speak to the council solicitor. So I did, and then I went back to the assistant director.
Okay. Got no more questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gocher. Panel. Councillor James.
Yeah, it's only, thanks very much for the chronology. It's actually very helpful to look at, but it does throw up an issue potentially. 14th of January, you formally agreed, and I've checked that was a decision day, new schemes and mentioned to officers that a grant from the Children's Motorcycle Display Team may be on its way. So one specific grant that you were aware that was in process, because you'd had conversations, there's obviously a group you're close to, that this is your new grant structure, and obviously you'd said throughout January, you were kind of saying this is where we're looking to go on that. I mean, it hadn't been formally decided, but it just happened to be that's the one that was mentioned. It just happened to be the one. It's inconsequential in itself, but so is it inconsequential perhaps that the lady who was one of the three running it happened to work for you. It happened to be, it was inconsequential in itself because you weren't making the decision yourself, but it just happened to be this particular application, which you'd helped out before, which you'd met in November 18, that you'd actually been quite close to in terms of attending events, albeit invited to present awards after you'd found the land for them in your Fareham role. Again, nothing wrong with that, inconsequential. But can you see how a whole series of inconsequential builds up and builds up and builds up, and who's the one organisation that's first in the queue to get these brand new grants that have just been approved by you, designed by you, and it's them, and the first people to have a problem with the IT, it's them, and the one group that falls apart on the grant doesn't end up going to because the group falls apart is them, and it's the one person who you employed who was also, by her own admission, looking to become a candidate in the local elections with your local association, and it's that person again. Every single one of them, I can see how individually they could occur, because they're all inconsequential. When you see the whole series, can you see how the man on the Clapham omnibus, as they say, would look at it and go, that don't look right? Can you see how that, I mean, that's why we're here, isn't it, essentially?
Okay, yeah, very good point. And I think the phrase I normally use for the man on the top of the Clapham omnibus, knowing all the facts, would think. And I think the man knowing all the facts would probably not follow that route. But you asked right back at the very first, why did I mention that particular applicant? That when the new grant system was approved by me, and the reason was, it was quirky. That's the only reason I mentioned it to them. You know, it wasn't, oh, we're going to have the boys' brigade or a scout group after a new shed or shipping container or something like that. It was, there's a group's expressed an interest into me in getting a lorry, you know, for a children's motorcycle display team. There are only 3, I think, in the country. So that was the reason I mentioned it, because it was just a quirky thing that I was aware of. And of course, yes, I had made them and many organisations aware. They happened to get theirs in more quickly, or at least tried to. If it had been one of the others, which I've mentioned, and they put it in, I've no doubt I'd have been contacting the grants officer saying that the Waltham Chase Village Hall can't get their application uploaded. So it just happened to be a series of, you know, started with, yep, this funny application is going to be coming in. But there were many more. There was a huge sort of flow of them all coming in, you know, around and about the same time. Somebody had to be first. It might not have been them. It might have been somebody else.
But do you think the man on the Clapham omnibus, who may not be aware of all the facts, because he's the man on the Clapham omnibus, he's not sitting here, he's just picking up snippets of information, he would say, well, how is it that the one organisation that was mentioned on the day of the decision, the day you formally approved the new grant structure, and already you were aware of an application that was likely to come, So you were aware before you went to that meeting and before you formally approved the new grant setup, you were aware that an organisation with which you totally accept you have close links and are very supportive, like many other organisations, but this particular organisation where you had the links to a person and you declared that, and you'd worked with them before, you'd known them for the past 6-7 months because of finding them the land, that this one organisation, they were aware that your brand new scheme that hadn't yet been approved was coming. They knew that they were going to likely to submit an application. You were aware that they were going to submit an application to a scheme you hadn't yet approved. I mean, it says in here, 21st of January, wrote to all councillors. So before you'd written to me as a local councillor saying this scheme is available, you really want to sign up to it, they already knew that this scheme was going to come along, it was going to be approved, and they should get an application in beforehand. There may be complete innocence in that, because clearly when you designed the scheme, you were discussing with local organisations what would work for you. I totally get that. But the man on the Clapham omnibus is looking down going, hang on, how is it that an organisation that you're close to knew about the scheme before you'd even approved it, and you were aware of an application from them before that approval date? Can you see how people would look at it and go,
that's why I say that perhaps a few facts are needed. I had 6 organisations, which I could name, that were aware of the new scheme. Now, just to be clear, the new scheme, and that's why we have the evidence from Roy Perry, the new scheme was designed in May 2018. I had never heard of the rockets until August 2018. So 3 months before I ever knew what a rocket was, the scheme had been designed, we'd worked with it with the officers, and it was ready to roll. The only delay in its implementation was the fact that I wanted to go and visit all of the groups who were going to lose out, if you like, ultimately, as a result of the new scheme. That's the only reason it was delayed until January. In terms of how did anyone know about it before you did? Well, one, it had been to the select committee anyway, well before, so it had been on agendas already for this council. And secondly, I didn't mention it to anyone until the papers were published, and that was 7 days before. And I made a number of groups aware of it, and we then had a significant grant went, I can remember, to a bowling club, to a cricket club, to the Rockets that didn't get paid, of course, and to a number of others, all of whom and others had been made aware once the papers were published that this was coming. And of course there was no application until after both it was months after the decision was made that the application actually came in. It wasn't until the 23rd of March.
Councillor Thacker, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's going to build on the question from Councillor James. I'm asking for you to speculate, and I'll make that clear now. But why do you think that Felicity Rowe used the words pressure and unusual about this specific application? What was it about this application that you think caused that?
To be honest, I really don't know, because nothing had been said to me about it at all. I even noticed in the emails which are published in the papers that it was Felicity Rowe, not me, who raised the rockets in the application when, in the email exchange, when I'd asked for the date to be changed for the for the 17 grant determinations. She raised it. I don't know. Why didn't she raise it with me? I don't know. And how she could determine what was usual or unusual in terms of my activity, I don't know that either. I can't even speculate. All I can say is I was surprised to read the email exchange she had, not with me, but with the grants officer, saying, well, who's asked for this, why, and why would it help the Rockets to get the grant? But it was nothing to do with the Rockets. I hadn't mentioned the Rockets. So I don't know is the simple answer.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. Sticking with the theme of pressure, I just wondered if Mr. Gosha and Councillor Wood would comment on what I'm about to say. I'm not going to make any parallel with a recent case at national level where bullying was described as unintentional bullying. I think we all know who we're talking about. is it possible for officers, Mr. Gosha and Councillor Woodward, to feel unintentional pressure without direct pressure, given that I already explored earlier in this hearing with Councillor Woodward the way his enthusiasm may run ahead of himself? Do you think, the question is, do you think officers feel unintentional pressure?
I mean, it's difficult. I worked in local authorities for a long time, and I've worked with a lot of local authorities, there can be a tension between officers and members about all sorts of issues, and sometimes, even in other organisations, sometimes people can feel under pressure from their manager, from anybody else, without the person intending to make them feel under pressure. You've got a dynamic in all councils between members and officers, which is an unusual dynamic. There is, it's not that unusual for these sort of cases for officers to say, I felt that I was being pressurised to do something, and a member saying, well, I didn't put you under any pressure. I didn't tell you how to do this. So sometimes that is a feeling that officers can take. Now, whether that's a reasonable feeling or not depends on the situation and the circumstances, and also depends on the issue, and it does depend on the culture of the organisation as well. Sometimes members don't have to say anything for officers to feel that if they don't do it, then there will be consequences for them of not doing it, particularly if they are senior members. But I mean, that's a general comment. I can't really say anything beyond what Felicity Rowe told me in this specific context. And obviously you've heard Councillor Woodward's response to that. And it's, I appreciate it's a difficult thing for you to do, but it's not you personally, but the panel then has to determine what findings to make in respect of that. That's the evidence. I can make some general comments about culture of local authorities generally, but it will vary. But that was the point of my questioning, is sometimes the very involvement of a senior councillor can put pressure on particularly more junior officers without them having to explicitly say anything. That can just happen because of their involvement.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. The unintentional element of it is the point that I underline. By having a senior councillor walk in the room, people can feel pressure if they're junior officers, which has no reflection, should have no reflection on the actual member, himself or herself. Well, it shouldn't. They may feel that, but it's not the intention of the officer concerned to impact that on the junior officers. So that's why. So I think there is room for a compromise here. That we're not clear on this particular pressure point. I don't see any clear distinction. They may feel it. It may not have been intended. I don't know, but that. It's not black and white. That's the point I'm making.
Are you talking about magnetic personality?
Whatever, Chairman. Yeah. Strong personality, magnetic personality. It's the effect that the person has on somebody else. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah. Okay. And how they feel, how they react when it's not intended.
Shall I answer as well? Give us to both of us. Obviously, it's more for a council officer to sort of comment on a thing like that. But I suppose by definition, though, if something is unintended, does that mean you've breached the code of conduct because unintentionally, on your part, someone else felt pressure? All I can say is, in terms of the particular officer, the grants officer, I have never walked into a room where she has been present, I don't think. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember if she ever came to any decision day. I think it was the assistant director that did that. I believe I've met the lady once out in a library, and that's it. So I don't know. There's certainly no intention to pressure. And if a director, as I say, came to me and said, okay, I'm sure you didn't mean it, but your mere presence or whatever it is you've done or said, they felt pressured, I would unreservedly apologise straight away, and I'd want to modify my behaviours in future. But I've never had such a comment from an officer of this council.
Mr. Gocher, anything finally?
I feel I should say this. I have had correspondence from the complainants who reiterate they say they are not under investigation and have not been, and that the emails information that they supplied to me confirmed that they're not under investigation. I think, I don't think it's a major issue in terms of what you have to decide one way or another, as I outlined at the beginning. But I feel, in fairness to them, particularly as this has been live streamed and they dispute what is being said, I do convey that to you. But I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woodward, closing comment, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. I thought essentially what I'd said in my statement was the closing comment. I said I've considered everything. I hope you can see absolutely thoroughly in every respect. I've gone through paragraph by paragraph the investigators' report. Clearly, I wouldn't be sat here if I believed I had erred in some way in terms of the process around this single application, and I hope I've made the point that suggestion for a date change was the grants officer's, not mine, that certain decisions should be made in the April, although it's obviously a grey area around what that decision would look like. Could you really write to an organisation and say, well, we kind of think, nudge, nudge, you're going to be okay? Well, of course you couldn't do that. Predetermination would be illegal. So on the changing of the date, I hope I've been able to justify, believe I have, why the date was changed, how the date was changed, when I asked for the date to be changed, and the fact that the new date was proposed to me by Democratic Services, not by me. And I'd have been happy if it was the following day. It wouldn't have bothered me if it was the day after the group AGM. It would have made absolutely no difference at all. My diary was free, but that date was offered, so I was in Winchester, and I imagine that's why the officer had suggested it in the first place, knowing I'd be in Winchester at some stage that day. So I can only say I do not believe I have erred in this in terms of code of conduct, regardless of what the facts are determined. I hope I've suggested to you successfully what the facts are in the case, and that the unusual amount of exchange was perhaps not surprising because there were problems with this grant upload. And if there'd been any other organisation in the same position, I would have done precisely the same to try and help them. And I think that's what our role is about. We are facilitators. We are to bring our communities to whatever support a local authority like Hampshire County Council can give them. And that's what I've tried to do. That's what I've dedicated nearly 35 years of my life to doing. So I think that's probably all I can say, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Moore, any?
Thank you, Chairman. I have nothing more to add.
Okay, we will close this now so that we may deliberate on the information that is before us, and we will call you back when a decision has been made. Thank you. Welcome back, Councillor Woodward. The panel have decided that our decision is that Councillor Woodward compromised his position on the 14th of January when approving the grant scheme by mentioning to officers a specific application expected from an organisation with which he had strong links. And secondly, Councillor Woodward put himself under an obligation to the Rockets to try to influence the decision-making process by failing to exercise independent judgment. And thirdly, following declaring his interest and putting into the public domain that he would not be making the decision, it is clear that Councillor Woodward re-involved himself in the grant payment process by making contact with officers in relation to the Solent Stars. This constitutes a breach of paragraphs 3.4 and 3.7 of the Councillor's Code of Conduct, and they are 3.4, it deals with exercising independent judgment and not compromising your position by placing yourself under obligations to outside individuals or organisations who might seek to influence the way you perform your duties. And 3.7 reads and deals with contributing to making the County Council's decision-making process as open and transparent as possible. This is a unanimous decision, assisted by Mr. Moore, the independent person, and on advice given by the monitoring officer based on the Nolan principle of public law and the members' code of conduct. We would like to add that there is no suggestion in our mind of any dishonesty or skullduggery in this, but merely a lapse of judgment. Would you like to comment at this stage?
Obviously, it's a bit to take in, Chairman, straight away, not seeing it in writing. Obviously, disappointing that I've been judged to have lapsed in judgment. I've tried to be very careful throughout my political career not to show any such lapses. And if it was my enthusiasm for getting a scheme underway, then so be it. And because I happened to mention what I thought was a quirky application to the officers, well, so be it.
Thank you. And, sir, do you have a comment?
No.
Okay, what happens next then is that we will publish a decision notice in such a manner as the hearing panel considers appropriate, and we will report its findings to the County Council for information, and we consider that no further action is necessary. Thank you for your attendance.